Hey. We are back. Some more of the new account. I meant to have it in picture-in-picture yesterday when we were playing South at Midnight on launch day. Great game. Wonderful game. Can't wait to get back to it on Friday. And I totally forgot. I shut it off while we were figuring some tech issues out with South at Midnight before the stream started. And then I forgot to turn it back on because I got so involved in the game. But I guess that means it's a good game, right? So we're back here. It is going to be flex. We're going to be flexing a champion in about an hour. We still need to hop back in. This was the Modron farm, the overnight Modron farm. It's just flooding Ishii with item levels. Look at the 133. Good lord. Like 5 more stacks today. I mean, yeah. She's going to be a beast when we do a deep push with her again. Let's hop out of here. We're trying to push through water deep. Let's count what we got going on. Hello, J-Dog, Base Shakira, Lazier, Sergeant, Idleduck. Just Cypher's playing South of Midnight too. Yeah, she got it pre-ordered. She did the pre-order, the if you get like the premiere edition, you could start playing early. She's been playing it piece by piece. Fun game. All right, Waterdeep, Dragon Heist. Let me count the ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. I had to open up 10. So we need 5 more. Lair of Xanathar, 175. So ran a little behind. I think we could have been on track. I'd just been paying attention to it yesterday, but oh well. Oh well. Because I wanted to have 15 done by today, so that when we flex our next champion, we just then be able to instantly have Vajra available. But alas, is not to be. All right, let's see. That's probably 175. It's gonna need some more speed potions. Let's say 3. Let's try 3. See what happens. 9,000 gems. Well, all right. Well, guess that's all right then. I think with 9,000 gems, we don't spend any. And maybe we grab the 12-5 speed feat for Diana. Yeah. Because there's nothing good for Eliwick at 12-5. But that speed feat for Diana would be nice. Speed feat for Diana would be nice. We're already at like 123.6%, so that'll boost it. That's the nice thing about... That's one of the other things I like about Diana. They experimented with her so that you could hit the cap of her speed ability even before you hit the cap on her item. A lot of people didn't like that. But I did. So, I don't know. Hey, Backlog Battles. Hello, Sargoto. Also, what's the deal with the stars? So I made the stars to be like I don't know. When I was growing up, there was like teachers would put a chart on the wall that had like the days of the week and then every kid's name, and then you got a star based off your like behavior that day. and like the best star you could get was the gold star. So when I was coming up with easy to make emotes for my channel, I went with the stars. Like as if it was a multicolored star pack, and we're handing out stars to people based on what they're doing. So gold stars is like when we do something real good, it's like gold stars in chat. Gold stars in chat. The others are just, I just wanted rainbow stars. But the concept was gold stars in chat. Which is why you can get like the gold stars available both as a subscriber emote and as a follower emote, so that even people who are just following here on this channel can throw gold stars in chat. Because lots of gold stars in chat actually show up on the screen. If lots of different people are putting gold stars in chat, it ends up exploding fireworks all over the screen. Yeah. But the others were just like, well, let's just make lots of different. Let's make rainbow stars. Let's see what happens. Those were just kind of the see, there it goes. Oh no, it's just the rising one. It's not the fireworks anymore. My bad. They just kind of float up and disappear. We did fireworks at once, I think. But usually, before, I used to say when we finished like a difficult boss or something, I'd be like, gold stars in chat. And I've totally forgotten. Totally forgotten to do that lately. Which means, you know, we haven't seen that. That hasn't been seen in a while. Knack, hello. I have fast core and got Briv first. Okay. Which other extra character should I take on the event? Well, I don't know. Caddy Bree's a real good support and DPS. Ayla's a solid tank. Miria's a really good tank, but then support. But not even tank, like you can put her in back supporting adjacent to your DPS, and she'll still help the tank survive longer. So there's options. Depends on what you're looking for. Like, what do you need? What do you need for your account? Mops, thank you for 2 months with Prime. Much appreciated. It's way more wholesome than I was expecting. Wow. What were you thinking? No, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I know, I don't want to know. What was your next reward level after you moved on from gold stars as a kid? I don't know that there was one back then. I think it was back then. I think it was like bronze, silver, and gold when I was a kid. That's what I remember. So like you were either, you know, you were okay for the day, which got you a silver star. You'd been bad, which got you bronze, or you'd been really good, which got you gold. That's all I remember. Oh, hold on. Let me update the bot. We do have a... Yeah, the code on the screen is the correct one. There we go. Now the bot is correct. Somebody does the command again. It will be accurate. See? It's that one right there. That one right there. Oh, you thought it was Star Wars Galaxies related? No, that's just my name. That's just where Garwar came from. Hey, Nori. I remember classroom list stars too, show magic. Yeah, I think like it's a certain... There's probably a certain age where that was a thing, and then they stopped funding schools. Oh, Jesus. And so, you know, teachers then had to just be spending their money. They couldn't spend their money on fun stars and charts. They literally had to buy like stuff that like they needed to actually teach with. Except I'm now late game power. Okay. I cleared TMI. I don't know if that's okay. 1.2 million gems. I mean, are you clear in tier 4 of events? Should Rosie Spurt or Tatiana for my flex? Ooh. I mean, they all have reasons, right? For me, Tatiana is like either you're running a Black Dice Society formation, and you're just trying to get all the Black Dice Society. Otherwise, it feels like she is the speed champion that speeds up kill stacking. There's also an edge case scenario in like a Briv gem farm where she could potentially speed up your stacking at the end of a Brim gem farm. But I mean, that's, I don't know. And then but really it's like it feels like kill stacking. Like kill counts, building those permanent stackers, because she'll bring in those waves of enemies. Spurt, needs lots of item levels to do his thing. Rosie's the crit damage queen, like in her rework. Or if you just want a DPS that you pair with Strongheart and Duke Ravengard and just crit the hell out of things. Well, that's Rosie, but she's just one of many DPS champions that can do that. Don't put it in Bobby when I'm talking about crit queens. Look, her kit is literally built around boosting her crit damage through the roof. Nobody crits like her. Caddy Bree is the crit chance queen. Nobody can get a crit chance like her, but nobody gets crit damage like Rosie does. Any melee champion can go with Strongheart and Duke Ravengard, but some pair better than others, and Rosie's almost purpose built. But to run with her, I don't know why you'd. But that's not what I was talking about. Yeah. It's the Holy Trinity is, Duke Ravengard, Strongheart, and someone. And if you want the crit damage Holy Trinity, it's Rosie Beasting. And still your primary DPS, that doesn't factor into this at all, really. I mean, then you don't need Rosie if you, Rosie's a swap DPS. She doesn't do anything else for you. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess Spurt is the only one that would support. And if you were bad, your name would get written on the chalkboard. Chrissy Crew, thank you for this Prime sub. Each offense got a check mark next to your name, and a punishment was given accordingly. I think 4 check marks got to the principal. Wow, no, we didn't have that. Well, I don't remember anything like that. Wow. Massive thanks for recommending Diana yesterday. 20 Electrum chests is still going. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm still. Like, how much we earned? I've earned 126 so far since this account started. I don't know, what are we on, like day 16 or something? And I'm still not to the cap of 191, so the Electrum chests just keep on flowing. I have 4 teams, but only 3 Modron cores. Is there a 4th one? There's a lot. But not for free. So there's a cash core, or platinum core now, I guess. And then there's like 3 gem cores, which if you click down here, buy additional cores, strong core, unaffiliated core, dexterous core, but they're all 500,000 gems. So you just ignore it for a long time until it's just easy, until you're earning 100,000 gems a day or more. You kind of just ignore that 4th core because it's just not worth waiting on, unless, yeah, or honestly, it's just not worth waiting on. The fast core is your primary objective in getting to 15 and fully piped out. Squarmosa, thank you for the follow. So the rest are just kind of they're good later on, but you don't necessarily need what they can do until you can earn that much. Until you can earn gems that quickly. And hello. Hey Tara. Hello Maxie. I could use Kent to buff Rosie in theory. That is true. You could. What slot is Rosie in? 10. Started playing yesterday. Welcome to the game. This account. This is a new account I started. It is the paid account. I call it my Pick3 account. I bought the 3x Choose Your Champion pack and the daily boost, which will be running out. Oh, just in a couple days. Yeah, so we're only a couple weeks into play of like, you know, what, 4 to 5 hours a day when we're playing on the stream. So still, we're making amazing progress, but, you know, we're still in kind of that new player frame of mind. Don't know how to resub Prime for more months. Well, it's like it has to expire, and there's like some, I don't know, it doesn't expire completely. Like it says it's gone, but it's not really gone for like another day or something, and then you have to resubscribe. You know, then it won't do it automatically. And yeah, when you go to resub, there's like a little box that says do resub with Prime. Yeah. So when your Holy Trinity, Strongheart and Raven Guard plus any melee, I've been sticking Sheila in with them for astonishing wallput. I don't really... That'd be a holy quaternary. I don't think so. Sheila isn't about melee. It's about good champions, so it wouldn't even work with all melee champions. I mean, you're just finding that there's some good combinations. She also has a crit hit chance and crit damage. That's a boost, but I mean, that team kind of are like Strongheart and Duke Raven Guard with Raven Guard in the middle spec already kind of takes care of that. So, but I mean, you can put anyone. It's just the idea is with the Holy Trinity is that Strongheart and Raven Guard synergize super well together because Strongheart has a multiplicatively stacking buff and an additively stacking speed bonus for everyone adjacent to him when he crits, and Duke Raven Guard in his middle specialization makes melee people crit, like helps increase their crit chance. Every time you crit, every time somebody that's a melee attacker crits, everybody that's a melee attacker's crit chance goes up. And so it maxes out real well, and then the Strongheart's effect off crits is just going off on every attack, and you get maximum bonus. And then you just need to pair them with a melee DPS because Raven Guard only buffs melee DPS. That makes it a Holy Trinity. There's not like, there's no need at that point. You're maxed out. There's no need to add more, but you can obviously you build a whole formation around whatever works best. And if sounds like if you want to add in Sheila, you can. But yeah, doesn't have to be that way. Hello, Vezix. Best advice for new players right now? I mean, one of them is log in every day to get your free platinum. I mean, the main advice still remains, well, we're in an event, and the idea isn't to pick the best, like, most OP champions. The idea is to get 2 champions in every bench seat as quickly as possible, which when you're new is pretty easy to do. So, like, Briv would be a good first target for a brand new player. Yeah. What else? You know, sign up for the newsletter. Open up the menu, hit escape, however you want to do that. Sign up for the newsletter, get free stuff. I'm new in the event, picked Strix. New in the game, picked Strix, and I only have 1 time get piece. Yeah. Well, keep pushing, Samuka. if you, I mean, you're going to get, you get a time gate piece once every 5 days. And, well, yeah. I don't know. It's slow. It's rough at the beginning. I mean, Strix is fine. Look, again, early on, it doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter about picking the strongest champions or the community's favorite champions. It's literally about trying to get 2 champions in every bench seat. And you pick Strix, who's, I believe, is in 11. That's fine. You wouldn't have had anybody there naturally at this point, so you're fine. You're fine. Yamadu, Samuka, Hast Heart. Thank you for the follows. Oh yeah, if you started playing on the Epic Game Store tomorrow, you're gonna get a big free pack of stuff. It's gonna be a bit ridiculous. We'll be showing it off tomorrow. Are there ways to get more familiars without breaking the bank? So I mean, there's the gem familiars, but you don't necessarily want to chase them. You want to pick them up as you can easily afford them. Later on, there's each of the patrons has a familiar available for in-game currency. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, they're all about platinum and supporting the game. Sheila thing, it's respect for the critty, but I understand. I understand, but it's an addition you can add. It isn't a requirement. Just those 2 champions on their own plus a melee DPS create a holy trinity that's fine on its own. Anybody else you want to add is great. Yeah, I mean, pushing pushing in the campaign, specifically Tomb of Annihilation. It takes some effort, but getting this global tier 5 turn back time makes bosses drop 2 time gate pieces every 5 days instead of just 1. And that helps a lot. That helps a lot. But the first event I was in this account, I could only get the free flex. I didn't have the time gate pieces for anything else. This time around, I'm sitting on 8 time gate pieces. So, you know, it'll ramp up quickly, but maybe not on your first event. It can be a little rough. Well, how do you win against high-level dragons? The moment I enter the area, the breath kills half my team. Are you using like full stacks of health potions? Are you using multiple tanks with health share? That's it. I mean, it's just surviving that. I mean, there's, you know, for your whole party, like, if you have a fairly deep account, Kreidel in seat 2, you park him in the tank line, and he makes, as long as he's up front and he has evasion stacks, everybody in the party takes 75% less damage. But even for me, with Kreidel in the front, the whole everybody back here will get wiped out if I don't have enough health. So that's just health. It's just a health thing. You got to survive through it. Otherwise, you're at your wall. Didn't know about seats right away and didn't realize how far to the line she was. Yeah. Yeah, like when you're newer and you don't have lots of favor yet, like you live in these like first 6 to 9 seats. Nice. So like the later seats get harder to get to, but eventually you'll get more favor and it'll be easier to get favor and won't be as big of a deal. Oh no. Are we doing that pause again? Only now reading these guides on Reddit. Yeah, hit up my new player reference. That's the one that basically walks you through the game as a new player. Walks you through the early game and into the mid game. Yeah, I saw the celebration starts tomorrow. I totally spaced. I thought we'd already done ours for this quarter, but I guess this is the next one. I was thinking the next one was in the summer. I was wrong. We were just talking about that the other day. So for anybody who was when we were talking about like legendary dismantles and you know dismantling pigments as well, that starts tomorrow, I guess. The free pack tomorrow is what I started playing. Oh, it's gonna be huge. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not only look, there are gonna be some people that are gonna tell you that like you're getting Artemis and you're getting the Dark Urge. Those are the two best champions in the or the best DPS champions in the game. Just build around those. Ignore that. Well, I'm gonna test tomorrow, but honestly, I've tested this before and we'll see if it still holds up. I think that's garbage advice. I think if you're new and you're starting, tomorrow you're getting Karlach as well. And just making her your DPS will probably destroy the first half of the game for you. And you'll still have Artemis and Dark Urge for optional things later. We're gonna play around with that tomorrow. I'm gonna play around with that tomorrow because people keep saying, "No, they're the best," and I'm like, "No, Karlach is the best when you're new." We're gonna find out. With all those sweet, sweet platinum chests, it's gonna be a bit ridiculous. So much power in those chests. Reva Medved, hello. Surprised at how expensive it is to level up Makos compared to Strix and Miria, who are higher seats than he is. It's because he has a squished leveling curve. They just experimented with like different. Not all champions go to the same like level cap. They all have different leveling curves, like compared to their levels. And so every 5 of his levels is like what could be 100 of other people's. That's why it seems expensive. You're getting the same power out of it. It's just in fewer levels. Best speed champion in C3? BBEG if you have the feat for him. In my opinion. Torn between Ayla, which would be new for you, or Miria, just for item levels and maybe a purple. I mean, I think going for new is usually better, but ultimately it's your choice. Depends on where you are in the game progress. When you're in the early game still, early and mid game, it still feels more like more champions is better. Late game, or even late mid game. Hunting epics sometimes is worth it, especially if that champion is in your trials pushing group and they're not full epic yet and you need to get legendaries on them. We had the spring one. That's what I thought. So this must just be something special related to, I don't know. This is different. It must just be something special related to, like, the giveaway? It's also starting on a weird day. Dark Urge is mostly plug and play, but Seed 11 isn't early game friendly. And he doesn't scale very well in damage. That's the big thing. Jeppin, thank you for the follow. Yeah. And Austin, thank you for the follows. Artemis is definitely not plug and play. Karlach is plug and play and smashes. Isn't Ishii the best if you're new? Ishii is the. We did Ishii here as our thing. We did Diana, Eliwick, and Ishii as my pick 3 because they're the ones I'm gonna recommend. But the reason isn't because Ishii absolutely smashes in the early game. It's because Ishii feeds herself item levels, so she's far more efficient to your overall progress. Once you get your Modron core, which we have. Now I'm up to 133 item levels. I haven't put a single blacksmithing contract on her. I haven't been opening up chests for her. She's just powering up. She's now beating Eliwick, who we've been focusing with blacksmithing contracts. So yeah. But with that giveaway, Carlock's just going to absolutely smash. Yeah, I mean, Ishii's going to get outdone by those other three with 32 platinum chests. We're just going to ignore them. Not sure many people say to build around Dark Urge items to start. I've seen it. I've seen it, and it kills me every time. The reaction to Artemis Free was more or less great. Now we get more players coming in with garbage Artemis formations and understand why the best DPS doesn't work. Well, it's because everybody kept telling them, oh, Artemis is the best DPS in the game. And when you tell people that without any context, without telling them that Artemis is the best DPS for late game and beyond, you don't tell them that qualifier, then they think they can use them all the time. And then when they're garbage, they blame you for it. They want to know why. And it's because you gave them wrong information. And I don't mean you specifically. I don't mean you specifically, but people do. And it's their fault. Their fault for giving bad advice. Like, if you don't give people context, if you don't clarify why some champions are better at certain stages of the game than others, then, you know, Artemis has the best potential in the game, but you don't even start to realize that potential until the late game. In my opinion. If you're playing a normal kind of progressive playthrough of the game. And I've seen that for so many years. Just people recommending Artemis. And then once the Dark Urge came out, people started hopping on that train, just saying Dark Urge, get Dark Urge right away. No. Zadi, currently have 2 DPS setups. Good with Ishii and evil with Cass. Nice. Can't decide which one I should vest into. Por qué no los dos? Yeah, they both have similar emblems. Good, keep it up. Then they'll both be able to do their job. Am I getting a Linder today? No. Did I silence someone else for seat filling? I did, Zealous. We did a whole thing where I was like, oh gosh, how do I get to split the party 2 as fast as possible? And I realized I had to change up my plan. So let's go over here to Champion Zerch. Go to Champion Zerch. Amanda, thank you for the follow. Reba, didn't you follow already? Are you just following and unfollowing? Maybe not. Thank you for the follow. Maybe that's somebody else. Okay, so so we have like 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 9, and 10, 11, 12 are the ones that need a third champion for split the party 2. So that's the goal. Now, here's the thing. I had forgotten, oh, well, we're getting that giveaway today on Epic. Or tomorrow, excuse me. And that is going to give me... Hold on. I could try to remember off the top of my head, but I don't get it wrong, and somebody will complain. Artemis in 3. So I don't need to worry about this slot. We'll be getting Carlock in 4, which it's fine. That's just a bonus. Calyx in 5, so we don't have to worry about 5. Astarion in 10 and Dark Urge in 11. So what I need is 6, 1, 6, and 12. 1, 6, and 12. Is that? Yes. No. 1, 6, 7, and 12. That was it. 1, 6, 7, and 12. I forgot. We got this one. We didn't fill in this one. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get Caddy Bree and we're gonna get Miria, and that fills in 7 and 12. Nixie is in the next event, so if I don't get a seat 1 out of like a natural time gate before then, we'll get Nixie in the next event to proc split the party 2. And for 6, what I'm going to do is, because I'm now earning a lot of time gate pieces, after we flex our champion today, I will be, and I get 6 time gate pieces, I'm going to run a natural time gate, and I'm going to get Shandy. Shandy's going to be huge for us. Speed Queen, no gear Speed Queen Shandy coming right here in 6. which means no Alindra for now. Alindra is more of a later on. I really want her later on with Whittle to really unlock the faster, harder, stronger power of Ishii. But that's later. Right now, we need Split the Party too. Man, your formation is so much bigger. How can I make mine larger? You can't? I don't know what you mean. Like this is the formation out here, and it's set based off whatever campaign or event or whatever you're doing. There's no changing it. If that's what you're talking about out here, this is Waterdeep. I'm in Waterdeep. This is what Waterdeep looks like. Every campaign and every champion in an event or a time gate, they have their own formation layouts. Karlach is strong, but has somewhat limited qualifying stats. Meh. The Dark Urge qualifies for everything, but is a mediocre DPS. Exactly. Artemis is a happy medium, being a strong DPS at all levels. No, he's not. He is not strong early on. I will die on this hill. Excellent stats for qualifying for various trials. Yeah, I don't care. He's super difficult to use because it isn't just him that you have to buff. You have to build a whole party around him in a much more restrictive way than you do for other people. And his damage is subpar until he hits, like 4 figures average item levels, in my opinion. Well, in my experience, not even in my opinion, in my experience that I've shown on this account before. Or not this account, but on my stream before. The free pack you guys are talking about on Epic Game Store. If you're playing the game on Epic, they have a free pack coming out tomorrow. So it's not for any other platforms. I know you can't transfer your account to Epic. Not how this works. My only worry is if Karlach is still good without any Zerial variants done. Don't worry. You don't have to worry. I technically have a Karlach here with level 2s, and I put her in, and she absolutely smashed. Level 2 green, she was absolutely smashing. Doing better, actually, than Ishii was at the time. Karlach's a beast. And the last account I played through, the last new account, fully free to play, I got Karlach. Didn't do any Zerial stuff. We never do on these new account playthroughs because we never get that. Well, I guess we do a little bit after we finish Baldur's Gate, but not a lot. Not enough to be significant. And she just absolutely destroyed everything all the way through, so... Again, these opinions about where people are strong, like if they're strong or not in the early game, is based off new accounts every year for the last 7 years. My most powerful push team gets stuck around level 600 in Waterdeep at full upgrades. So my next focus getting blacksmithing contracts and leveling their items. I don't know that you... if you're just progressing through the game, it's probably, I mean, if you've unlocked Alcoria, you should be able to unlock Alcoria because it's 600, right? I'm forgetting. I'd have to look it up. Then you probably just need to move on to another campaign. You don't hang out and do everything. You grab important things and then you move on. And you come back later and when you do have more power. Once you're able to soft cap your champions, favor doesn't help you anymore, and item levels aren't going to help you that much. You need more power from lots of other places. No, you just have to complete 400 to unlock Alcoria. So I feel like you're done with Waterdeep and should be moving on to the next campaign in the line. Because like you need, once you can soft cap your champions, you need more perks, but you can't get them in Waterdeep. You got to finish Baldur's Gate. There's the variants there that are going to get you a lot of perk power. You need your Modron core. You need to be able to... Oh, that's the wrong button. Here. You need to be able to pipe out pipe out your nodes, level it up, and get power in here, which we still need to do today. You need to be getting legendary levels. Legendary effects and leveling them up. That's all from, that all starts really unlocking in Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. Kurosaki Sage, thank you for the Prime sub. So I feel like you just need to keep progressing. Don't just focus on like single places at a time. Like just keep stepping through the game. Hey, we got an achievement. For third party split, I lack C10, which is not there for me. I already had Rosie. I have only 6 time gate pieces and I will use them for event slots. Well, sure, but then after the event is over. Wait, for third split the party? So split the party 3? That's split the party 3 you're not racing towards anyway, so it can wait. Split the party 2 you want to race towards. I don't know what this says. Hold on. I speak one language and it is English, and I don't even know that I always speak that well. There are no drops, Reba, on this stream. This game doesn't do drops. They tried it a couple times and the community hated it, so they stopped. Well, I shouldn't say the community hated it. There were some very vocal people that were rude about it. So they were just like, well, then we're not doing it at all, which is silly, but whatever. Crytho, for a chest opening, are you better off waiting until you have all the champions that are listed for the chest, or does it really matter in the end? I think when you're newer, I like when you're newer, you just open the chest. You just open the chest because you need the consumables that are out of it to keep progressing. You don't just want to sit with a horde of those group chests. Doesn't make any sense. Because you just usually only have like a weekend chest or whatever. Like that doesn't matter. Just open it because it's all you only have one of them. Unless if you're buying packs of like weekend chests, then I mean you want it to hit someone other than like the core and evergreens that are included. Yeah. Hit the wall at about 790. What's my best DPS? I don't know. You tell me. One thing, I'm not trying to be rude, Uhtred, like this game is subjective in the sense that the only time that your account is the same as everybody else's is the moment you start, and all you have are the starting 12 champions with no gear. From that point on, it just depends on how, where have items fallen, what rarities, what combinations of champions did you start with. Everybody's different. That's why anybody that's like, this is the best for blah blah blah, like, that doesn't make any sense unless you know everything about somebody's account. And like even if you tell me what champions you own, that doesn't tell me enough. Like there's just so much information. I don't know. You have to figure that out. That's part of the game. There's some that might be stronger than others, but like just telling me what your wall is, like what area you can get, doesn't tell me what your progress overall with your account is at all. Mylar, a use case scenario for Dark Urge's feat that keeps wandering familiars from clicking his ult. Thinking it would save you from a wipe, but if you were going to wipe, you'll just wipe again in a few levels. Having to decide between a new champ and flexing him just to avoid waiting another year for that stupid feat. Anyway, it's worth passing a category spurt or Strix for a feat. I mean, the only thing that matters is if you're somebody who uses roaming familiars all the time, and you don't want him firing off his ultimate when he's in his good, like resisting the urge back. That's what it's for. It's so that you don't use the revive. And in that situation, I mean, I wouldn't put a lot of like a weight into like, oh god, I've got to get that feat, but I don't know, like that's the only use case scenario. It's just a lot of people complained like for a long time about certain champions had ultimates that you never wanted to hit with a roaming familiar, and the solution was always don't use roaming familiars if that champion's in your party, but that made people big mad. And so they started coming up with these feats, and they use it on anybody that might have. They try to use it on anybody that might have an ultimate you might not want to hit all the time, but that doesn't make it a must-have feat. You know, the must-have feats are the ones that are really helping your overall functionality. Not just preventing an ultimate from being hit. Like if you're parking roaming familiars, generally that means you want all your ultimates hit. Manchu Ranger, thank you for the follow. Doing the Missing Lord Beetle from the event and working until level 250. Is that a goal for a variant 250? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Tips on where to find basic info on events. I've got a guide for that. What does the goal means? Reach level 1400. Oh, that's not even events. That's just the game. So like I'm on area 4 right now. So if the goal is to reach area 1400, that means you have to go to 1400. Right? If you don't on the first run, you can't try again since it's finished. No, that's not how events work anymore. So events have tiers of content. So if we come over here, like event tier 1, the goal is just 75. Second goal is 120. The next variant has a 125 goal. The third one has a 175 goal. But as you go up in tiers of difficulty, those goals get higher. So like 1400s are in tier 4. But if you don't complete it, you can try it again. Because you didn't complete it yet. So until you can complete that goal, you can try again. But like the tiers are, I call them, I rate them based off, like, I call this new player progress. Or new player power, early game power, mid game power, and late game power. But I use the word power specifically instead of progress. I screwed that up at the beginning. Instead of progress, because if you have a good giveaway, like the one coming tomorrow, you might be a brand new player, but you might have early game power or even mid game power off of that. And if you support the game with your cash, your power curve might be above wherever your progress is. So you're doing this stuff until you complete it all. If you get, do I have anything? Oh, I haven't done mine this event. If you get, we got to do that on my main account. I've done these. So on my main account, I'm like 4-star purple. I can't do their variants anymore because I finished tier 4. But until you finish the tier 4 stuff, you can keep doing them. There's no reason to do it unless you're trying to finish it, though. Like, you're not going to farm variants. How did I bring up that page? Was it this one? Hit a Swippy Swappy button on a champion. Which, if you don't have one at all, you need to sign up for the newsletter or get an event champion. Hit the Swippy Swappy button, then hit the search button, and it brings you to champion search. I'm behind on chat, so I'm getting to these things later. Other people may have answered this by now. I basically stopped chat scroll, and I'm still up high, and I'm working my way down. I wonder who the giveaway champ will be with the celebration. I don't know, because this is a weird celebration. A lot of times what they do, folks, is they'll give away, like, usually these celebrations, I call them meta events, because they don't have anything to do with the game. They're kind of outside of the game. You just log in every day and you claim rewards. And usually if you log in 4 out of the 7 days and claim, they give away a skin. And if you don't have that champion, you get the champion as well. But I don't know. I mean, I didn't know any of this was coming, so... Hey, Trontonian. I don't know what Bud is. Bud is your Bud. Bud is this number down here next to the lightning bolt. Stands for base ultimate damage. It's basically your actual damage per second for the hardest hitter in your party. Which should, hopefully, if you're building your formation correctly, be your primary DPS champion. Like the way you build formations in this game is you pick who you want as your DPS, and then everybody else gets placed and chosen in as to buff them as high as possible. and let them do all the. They're the wrecking ball. So Bud is how you figure out. Bud is your actual determination of damage. These numbers up here, this whole DPS breakdown thing, these are lies. Base DPS is a straight up bald-faced liar. Running average is a sneaky liar. You shouldn't be using any of these, or even the color transitions for base DPS, or even the numbers under their feet. It's just this. This is now closer. I will say this is closer now for Ishii to her. It's E84, and this says E84, but it's still not accurate. So, Bud is the truth, the way, the truth, and the light. Fix it. I don't know what issue you're having. They're trying to send you to the FAQ. Top right of the events page has a little button, and you're saying where. Okay. It's the question mark that's right above where it says FAQ. I don't. It's literally right there. This is the event page. You click this to open the event page. I don't know what other page you're on. You're on some other page. Cecil, actually, how do I get the screen to show the full roster of heroes? Again, that's you click on a swippy swappy button, you hit the blue search button. If I reset, this is literally it starts off with every champion in the game, and it has the ones you don't own grayed out and locked. And if you click on it, it'll tell you like when their event is arriving, or that you can recruit them from a time gate, or just buy them straight up with cash. But you can get every champion in this game for free. And you can sort. You can basically sort based off all kinds of various bits and bobs through here to come up with more specific things. Like if I want to just look at the starting 12 champions, there they are, right? I can reset that. If I want to look at just speed champions, I can look. Hey, who's available as a speed champion? It has most. Anybody has it. Like Calyx isn't there, but they spec into speed. They need to add those to the searches. I don't like all. I like switching to owned to deal with a new account like this. Oh, I forgot to put speed potions on. I'm like, why is this going so slow? How far are we going? 175 again. I need to make some more potions. I think 3 worked. Spend those sweet, sweet reagents. Okay. Unsure what you mean by split the party. There is an adventure called Split the Party. I don't explain it every time I say it, because if you don't know, you gotta ask. This is the whole point. I can't stop and explain everything. Too many things in the game. There's an adventure called Split the Party. It's based off you having one extra champion in every bench seat. And you kind of get hinted to it by this button showing up. Once you have 6, like an extra champion in 6 of the 12 bench seats, this button will show up. And when you click on it, well, you won't have this party here. You'll have it say unlock a new party, and it'll say complete split the party. Click on it. Split the party will say must have at least 2 champions in every bench seat. You only have to go to area 50, but that's difficult in this, as you can see, difficulty deadly. And there's some serious restrictions about how it's a puzzle that you've got to solve. But when you solve it, the reward is this background party. So a whole other party you could do stuff in, and we can swap between parties. And your first Modron core, and some chests for your Modron core to get pipes. Modron cores enable automation. That's these things. I need to turn this off. They enable automation features. There's a second part of automation in the game. The first part is familiars. Familiars click on things. They click on all kinds of things. But you pair those familiars with the Modron core to then have this become kind of an automated situation, automated game in certain situations. The Modron core will also give you what's called a pipe game. It's gated by the level of the core. You're leveling it up as you're progressing and completing areas with your core slotted in. That's why it's in my main party. You gain experience, and as it levels up, you unlock access to more nodes, and you connect these nodes, and they give buffs. So this is a gold buff. This one's a damage buff. And I would like to get higher levels of flow, but I'm a noob. But I'm a noob, so we don't have that available just yet. What can we do? We can do this. I want to come up and hook this one up. Do I have the pipes for that? I do. Okay. So now I've got two. Since I got to level 2, I've got 2 damage buffs. I've got this one at the lowest level and this one at the lowest level. And they multiply against each other. I can see what my total is by hovering over here. So right now I have 20% extra gold find. And I have 125% extra damage of all champions. I'll take it. Now we'll save this now as a level 2. We can play around that. I don't want this one because this is for strength-based champions, and Ishii is not strength-based. Ishii is not strength-based. Bismundo, thank you for the follow. Still think doing drops and having them be Electrum chests or champion chests would be fine. I think Electrums would be great, but I don't think they... Here's the thing. They've never really supported a streaming community, like a community of streamers, in the way other games do. So I think from their perspective, they just basically did their own streaming. And from their perspective, like, they're giving out a code for that instead of drops. They didn't want to put the effort in to make it work for that kind of situation, which is unfortunate. I have 2 years of weekend chests unopened after I took a break. I'm most of the champions and grinding time gates to get them all, so I'm not sure if I should save the chest until I have everyone. I mean, if you're actively trying to get all the champions, then I guess you can hold on to them, but usually that's such a long-term thing that it's not worth doing. And because there's only like one of each of them, I still feel like it's not really the greatest priority. But you do you. That slot 4 Briv G in or off? I don't know, is it? Oh god, it is. Oh wow. I actually could afford this. This is in the platinum. This is in kind of the platinum as part of our paid thing and then our collections that we've been getting. This is the GE. I don't know if everybody's getting this or not, if you just picked up Briv, but if you are and you have 1400 platinum to throw. Oh my god. I've got 5 minutes to decide. Oh my god. Oh, my brain just locked up. I wasn't going to be chasing Briv jumping in this on this account. What is it? What does it give? 1500 gems. I don't care about the health potions. 2 time gear pieces. Boon, a bunch of... I'm not chasing Briv gem farming on this account. But I want to be very clear, folks. If you have this offer available and you do have 1400 platinum in your budget, this is the item for Briv. For when you do automated Briv gem farming, which is a late game thing, in my opinion. So I wouldn't even need this until late game. And we don't really play this account that way, so I'm not getting it. But I had to actually stop and think because it's that big of a deal. Monaco Rico, thank you for the Rico, thank you for the follow. That's wild. I didn't even look because I didn't really care because we're not chasing that. We're not chasing that dragon, literally. We're not on this account. Celadring. The Epic giveaway will open up Split the Party 2 for me. Nice. I was wondering which champs to choose for the remaining 2 slots in the event. Already picked Briv. I most of all lack strong supports. Caddy Bree, Miria. There you go. I am a little biased. I like Caddy Bree over the rest of the supports that are listed here. I think she's super strong. And there is probably a little bit of bias there on my part. But Miria is gonna be a champion that you are gonna want. She gets better the further you can push. So she just kind of scales really well just based off her kit into end game. So yeah, I think Caddy Bree and Miria. How to stop familiars moving like this? Under settings, graphics, disable flashing lighting effects. The last one on the list is click touch animation on. Excuse me, on familiars. So disable your flashing and lighting effects is the option. There's a lot of information. It can be easy to miss stuff when you're new. Oh yeah, like understatement of the year. I have over 100. We're coming up on 190 guides that I've made that I have currently active for this game. And there are people that complain the guides are too long. And it's like, and then you multiply that by, I think it's 188 that we're at right now. There's a lot of information in this game. And that's why I made the new player reference. Tried to give people some focus, because the game doesn't give you any, on how to progress through the game and only feed you a little bit of information at a time. So someone can link that in chat. I'm sure it has been already. I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, the new player reference helps. It helps. I'm even using it to make sure I'm following it. See if there's anything wrong. I've already got a couple things I need to update for Tomb of Annihilation when I update it, but this playthrough helps inform me of the information that needs to be in that guide and the order that information is presented in. And to update anything based off like the new part of the game, which I'm going to have to figure out where to put information on the apothecary system, probably in the Consumables 101 guide. Probably Consumables 101. Actually, let me make a note about that. That makes the most sense. It doesn't. I don't know that it deserves its own guide. It's just it's a kind of a function of like a functionary system off of potions. I don't know where the dismissive attitude towards new players was. Or whatever. Yeah, this is literally probably one of the most helpful streams in the community, but sure. It can be difficult to explain to people if when we're trying to explain information, if we don't have enough information to know exactly what people are asking about. And that's not a dismissive attitude. But okay. Philly's new account won't get far enough for Briv jump. I mean, I tried like 2 years ago. I tried racing to Briv jumping, and I hit it in the mid game, but it wasn't worth it because it literally prevented me from progressing once I hit it. Because I mean, once you hit Briv jumping, you're not doing anything else. Like you just don't. You've funneled all your power into Briv. And it's not a great experience. This stuff is I've got a new one now. Usually it's one of the generic goldens, But I guess it can be random based off what it's offered. Like what... There could probably be some randomness about based off what, like the full gold pool. I just, you know, I never pay close enough attention to it to see it swap around. Matt, I started playing about 3 days ago. Does this game have champions that I must have? If you've only started playing 3 days ago, then you don't need to worry about things like that. You just need to start focusing on like learning the basic fundamentals of the game. You'll have plenty of opportunities to collect all the champions for free. Yeah. The idea isn't the best use of the apothecary in the early game. Making speed potions is my favorite. I don't really think there's a functional need for the other potions early on. I don't get rid of all my potions. I definitely keep all the epics, like the purples, the huges. And then I keep some of these. Like I keep 5 and I'll dismantle above 5. I keep some gold finds, but I'll burn off these. I'll probably burn off these. I'll keep these for deep pushes. I'll burn off these. I'll keep this row and this row, but not above. Probably not above 5. I need to burn some of these off. Like this can all go. Well, no, clairvoyance I need to keep some of because that's gold find. We want full stacks of gold find, so I'll burn some of those off. We'll burn that. Fire breath, I will keep 5 of each kind of level. Yeah, like that. So I'll prune it after I open chests, right? But the one thing you want full stacks of is like gold find and speed. Like you want all the options available to you to kind of speed up your runs. And then when you're doing a deep farm, you want to stack them all right at your wall to get that big last burst of gold find. Click damage can be a speed adjacent potion for you once you start pushing deep enough where you can't just click kill with favor like I'm doing. One type of favor for the event or one per champ? One per the event. Nice, Celeste. Daorc 15. Is there a reason to surpass a champion's last upgrade outside the feat slot? Yes. Yes. We'll come back to that after the ad break ends. I caught an ad break for once, folks. I think I've been talking through them before this, but we had lots of questions, and I'm still behind in chat. You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't read the Q&A. Are we back? We're back. Sorry, I was reading like Reddit Q&A. So is there a reason to surpass a champion's last upgrade outside of the feat slot? Yes. For your primary DPS, leveling them over the cap does add more damage. Not useful for anyone else in your formation, just your primary DPS. There are scenarios where if you're on a boss, last boss of a variant, and your party's dying, like it's a Valindo Shadow Mantle type of thing. If you go to X1 and whoever is low on health, you start pumping some item levels into them. There's actually a tiny bit of a heal that goes with that. That's a legacy heal from the way champions used to work a long time ago when the game started. Also, there are a couple champions now whose abilities get better based off champions in the formation leveling over the cap. And so that's on a case-by-case basis per champion. But generally, like the main thing is getting that 4th feat slot unlocked, and after that, it's just your primary DPS getting a lot more damage. Well, I shouldn't say a lot more. I mean, depends on how much you can overlevel them, but it's not as good as having like an actual upgrade be there. Tips guide for the choices for the champs. Questions you get. I don't remember a thing. Not playing for. Again, I fixed it. I would say hit the new player reference even though you're not brand new, and let it refresh your memory. I also have every single champion has a guide. I've got a guide for every single champion in the game. If you need more in-depth information on each champion, somebody hopefully can link those. There's commands for that in chat. See that I can choose a character in the event, but I don't know what I need to choose first. You're just looking. When you're brand new, you're just yeah. I mean, it's kind of random. You're trying to fill in all of your bench. You're trying to get extra options in all of your bench seats. So like I chose Briv because Briv is a super strong tank. You kind of can't go wrong in choosing Briv. Now I'm going to come in and choose Caddy Bree because I need another option in her seat. So boom. And then next week I will pick Miria because I need another option in her seat. So it's usually about just trying to fill in the seats. And when you're brand new, you kind of need them all. So yeah, you're fine. And it's not like you can make a bad choice. Like some people might be like, well, that wasn't the best choice, but like that doesn't matter. Early on, everything is pretty functional. What do you think is better? Upgrade small potions or use them? I kind of still use them. I will use them in certain because what I do is I pick the number of potions I'm using based off area goal and the speed of my team. I've been paying attention to that as we play. So right now, 3 of the medium potions should get me to 175 just fine. If it was 200, I might do 3 of the meaty potions, and then at some point, maybe later on, I will then drop one of the smalls to go with it to boost the speed through like one of the later areas where it's slowing down a bit. Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to figure out how you want to do that. I don't use them all. Early on, I don't use them all at the same time because I would run out of them all too quickly. Yeah. I mean, what buttons to press for each run? I don't. Wow. I don't understand. Oh, you're trying to get specializations. You need to dive into the champion guides. Then, if you're not sure how the champions work, you need to dive into. I mean, you say you got 4 teams going. You've got to catch yourself up on how each of your champions works, and you can either just open up the champion here, go to, well, yeah, I would go here and look for the main things like Kind Heart. She's buffing good champions, Cloak of Invisibility, and then like when you get to the spec choice, well, how is this going to help my party out? Like, that's part of formation building, but you can hit up my guides for that. But yeah, it is your job to learn all of the champions you're using. We can give you tips, but we're not going to build out, 4 parties for you. Like, this game is about building. This game is literally about building formations, and it's why the first guide that I try to push people to after terminology is Formation Strategy 101. Like, learn to build your own guides or your own formations. Well, guides too, but learn to build your own formations. Because that's all the game is building formations. The entire game is building formations. But I think a lot of people just aren't understanding what you're asking because you have a lot of progress, but I think you left for a while and came back and have forgotten, and you just have to start over from square one. You got to relearn. You got to relearn all your champions. You got to relearn how to build formations. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of times where people ask questions and we don't have a way to answer them because we don't understand what they mean, or you're using kind of a wrong terminology and it confuses people. And you got to just keep kind of working through it until you people figure out what you mean. As a mid gamer, should I go for champions I don't have or start to level up Briv? I mean, that's a you decision. Do you want to chase automated Briv gem farming? It is not easy. So you're gonna to make that decision. You're gonna want to look up one of the guides by like Zeke. I think it's Zeke 640 or Lediath over on the subreddit. There's another one out there. I can't remember what their name is. That came later on. Read through it and see is this something you want to do? Because it's not an easy thing to do. It's its own little mini game. It is a very challenging mini game. And if you don't want to do it, then you don't need to really worry about Briv other than using him as a tank. Yeah. Sargoto's Guide to Reading Garwar's Guides to Idle Champions. There you go. I don't know how that would be $1 million idea when my guides weren't $1 million idea. So 6 to 8 champs in each slot's a lot to learn at once. That's why, yeah, that's what coming back to a game is rough if you've forgotten everything. You just got to take it piece by piece. Trying to run 4 parties at once is the problem. Run a party and learn the champions in that party. Once you get that one down, then move to it, then build another party. Like you're kind of overwhelming yourself. You're kind of overwhelming yourself. Hey, you'll hydrate. But yeah, the first kind of if you're chasing the dragon, if you're chasing Briv's, jump, which we can just call chasing the dragon, even though there's a negative connotation to that. I know, I understand, but it's literally his slot 4 item is a dragon. If you're chasing that automated Briv gem farm, the first thing you do is invest in all your other speed champions to build a good regular gem farm, because it's that regular gem farm that's gonna create the gems that let you buy the chests, that give you the blacksmithing contracts, that let you level up Briv. But you have to focus on all those other champions first. Because if you focus on Briv first, you're not going anywhere. He does not scale quickly at all, but the others do. The others do. Okay. Let me see if I'm skimming through the Q&A. Someone asked about, the variants that are basically bud spiking variants, and J-Dog said this has been a strategy since year one. J-Dog's wrong. Bud spiking wasn't a strategy until they introduced Bud. I don't think that was year one. That was the shielding, healing, and tanking update. I don't think that was year one. No, that was 4 years ago. That was like year 3. Early on, you were just screwed. there wasn't a way around it early on. You just didn't do those. It wasn't until they introduced Bud, which was with the shielding, healing, and taking upgrade. The SH and ampersand T upgrade was what everybody called it. Oh my god. Hold on, folks. I'm just trying to get through this so I understand what's going on. Hang on. All right, nothing major for me. Lots of new player questions. I'm always looking for something I don't know. All right. I have 3 parties. One is just Bruno looping alone. Are they in a patron? Okay. So, I wish it, oh man, we're getting close to that feat. I wish it counted properly. I would like to know how many adventures out of 15 I have done. What's the first one we did today? I don't know. Problem is now we have, wait, it says, I thought we had 30 champions unlocked. Oh, I haven't unlocked Caddy Bree yet. We have to go do that. Oh, good job, Garawara. You're so smart. That's why it's not showing up. We need to go unlock. We need to go actually unlock Caddy Bree. We haven't done that yet. That'll be my 30th champion, and then I have to get the rest of this done, and then we've got Vajra. Well, I don't have to. I guess we could do Vajra tomorrow. We can work on. I think. Oh, we need to do a deep push in the event. Caddy Bree's formation conducive to that? No. But we're gonna do it anyway. That's right. She's got the arrowhead. Okay. Doing it anyway. It's the collections, campaigns, Waterdeep. Oh, that's a ways to go. But okay, we've got 11 done. We're on the 12th. We'll have 3 more after that. Okay. If you ever any Waterdeep variant you haven't done enough to unlock, it'll say X completed. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, because they did that thing. They gated it here. Oh, that was the word. I don't know why they did that. We're not going to go back and fix it. Yeah, that's a much quicker way. Thank you. Giveaway. Somebody whose name starts with a T on the official Discord won the April giveaway. Okay. I know what. Wait. We're saving up gems. Do we have any chests open? Yes. I need to keep 15 of these, which means I can open 38. Just all duplicate items. Okay. We got some golds. Not the purple I wanted to see, but I'll take it. Okay. Nothing that I wanted. Nothing that I wanted. Still trying to get those Corvergreen epics. Which is core and evergreen epics, for those who don't know. Core, the epics for cores and evergreen champions all drop out of regular gold chests, and we want to trying to get all of those out of the way. All of them out of the way. That's just kind of one of the progress steps. Just makes it then getting all of your event champions epics easier from that point on. Okay, contracts. We can pop that. We can pop these. We can throw these on Allywick. Okay, we got a level. No, those both missed. All right. 10k gems. Are we saving for something? A feat. Yeah. We're saving for our first feat. We're gonna get the 12,500 gem. We'll be right back feat. So we speed up our party. That's what we shoot for first is speed feats. So it's this one right here. So 40% speedier. That'll increase our gem gain, which, you know, that's the idea. That's what we want to focus on first is is speed feats. And we're earning enough gems now that we have a background. Now that we have a Modron core, the overnight gem farming and whatnot, we're earning enough from that we can quickly save up for 12,500 feeds. This is the only one we have available, though. Unfortunately, right now. Aliwick needs just a random gold chest feed, unfortunately. Where is it? This one. So we got to keep opening gold chests. It's another reason to just keep buying gold chests. We need that deck of many things feat for her. And that's it. We don't really have any other speed champions right now. So Shandy will have some feats that we'll want to chase, but we're not in the realm of chasing. We don't earn enough gems fast enough to be chasing 50k gem feats yet. Slow our progress down too much. By all of the Corver Green epics and all of the gold chest feats, is it better for blacksmithing contracts to get silver or gold chests? I really want to encourage you, Head Crash. It's to aim for gold chests forever. Because it's not just about your blacksmithing contracts. Your bounty contract gain is huge too. That helps you with events. So the combination of the two, gold chests all the way, until the game burns down to the ground, I guess. Or until they introduce another kind of chest that's better. They never will. So just stick with the gold chest. Yeah. Yeah, the Aliwick is just hit or miss. We can't rely on that at all. Aliwick feed. I requested Garwa's Guide to Picking Champions. Oof. Stuff like how to tell if a champion is item level dependent should be grabbed in an event. How to tell if a champion gets all their power from placement or synergy. It's okay for... Whoa. Here's the problem. Some of this is very tier listy, and I stay away from anything that takes me into that realm. Like how to tell if a champion is trash. Like that's very tier listy. The item level dependent bit is in my blacksmithing contracts 101 guide. I need to update these with the recent champions. Because any kind of mathematically overpowered ability is the one that is item level dependent. Not all of them are created equal, but that does have a list of all the pre-stacks that are in the game. So, yeah. That's just Blacksmithing Contracts 101. And that's the guide because Blacksmithing Contracts, like, that's for item levels. Let me look at Rosie. Rosie's got... Yeah, Rosie's slot 2 and 3. Right? So I list all that in there, but I do have to update it. I've fallen a bit behind on updating those for recent champion, adding the recent champions. I got to go through and do that. Definitely. Okay, we've unlocked the next one in the curve. Another brick in the wall. We're at 12. All right, but we're going to go out. We're going to pause for station identification, and we're going to go to Caddy Bree. And we're going to get a pop-up that I don't care about. Okay, we got to build out an entirely new formation here. Okay. Do this one at a time. I'm still heavily using core champions, and I'm not exactly sure why. I'll be honest. I'm not exactly sure why. I don't need to. This is going to be a deep favor run. So I'm popping those purples. Except for click damage. I don't have them. Okay. We're going to try to go as far as we can here to get as much favor as we can. Currently, we only have EO8 favor in the event, almost EO9. We should, with this run, be able to get into the hopefully the mid-teens. But we have accrued quite a bit of power, especially on Ishii. We might be able to go further than that. Might be able to get a lot more than that. Can't remember. Or do we end up with 3 here or here? I think it's here. This is what happens when I stop picking the spec choices, because I've usually got a save formation for that now. You're forgetting. I start forgetting. You know what? We're gonna throw. I mean, we'd end up using 2 of these. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So yeah, the only thing that isn't in there is like how to tell if a champion gets all their power from placement or synergies. That's more just like reading each champion guide. I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know. At some point, maybe I can wrap my head around how that would work. Sometimes people want guides that aren't necessarily easy to create and or maintain. Sometimes the maintenance is more trouble than they're worth for a creator. Yeah, like how much time does it take to keep that up to date? Sometimes just kills it. That's why I just recently streamlined my champion guides. My new champion guides no longer have all those like all the ability upgrade levels and what ability comes at each level and how much all those, it's all gone. I just finally ditched that because it was killing me slowly. Should have done it when I agreed to add the cost in, and then it took me a year to get them all updated. I should have known then that was just a bad idea. That we were on the road to ruin.
Job's done.
Mylar, we didn't finish anything. How does Ishii work? Well, you're in luck. I have Ishii in right now. Her spec doesn't matter for what they're telling. I think they were trying to instruct you to throw her in like a background party, because she's got this ability called Winner Take All, and basically allows her to feed herself item levels. It's why she's at 133 average item levels. She can gain average item levels every day. She gets 5 new stacks a day. And each stack grants 6 item levels. So she can get herself 5 average item levels a day. This only works if you're actively using her. As we found, it doesn't really work that well. But if you throw her into a background party, it shoots through the roof like this. So keeping her in a background party doesn't matter the spec choice, just as long as she's what's doing damage and not like familiars. Then she's gonna farm up, and I throw her in a party overnight. Bruner's in it, but he doesn't need to be. I don't even put a familiar on him. I only put a familiar on Ishii, and then you just need a familiar on the field, and then save that and let it run. And she basically feeds herself item levels every day. Yeah, and forever. I mean, it's 30 average a day, but if you're at 50, you got to burn through all of those, and then it'll sit just at 30 a day. Well, 30 item levels a day, which is 5 average item levels a day. So I think I just did that during an ad break, but basically just park Ishii in a background party, and you only need a familiar on her and a familiar on the field. Save it, loop it, and she basically builds her item levels, because I think we were in the 50s or 60s last week, and now we're at 133. So listening to way too much Gara lately. Guide for picking champions. Uh-oh. Hold on. Step 1. Do they fill a seat versus split the party you need? For split the party, yeah. Probably should say for split the party 1, but yeah, it just says split the party. Step 2. Do they fill a seat for split the party 2? Good. Step 3. Does it... Well... I see why you put it this way, but... a little out of order. I get why you did it that way. It's, do they fill a seat for split the party 2? Sub question. Like, if yes, then. If no, a whole other thing, right? It's almost a flow chart. If yes, then does it help a speed formation as the priority? And then if no, does it help a pushing party is the second one? And if no, does it help a gold find party? If no, then it's probably not that champion, right? And then if you've already done split the party 1, then you run that same type of if then queue for split the party 2. But after split the party 2, then you just go straight into speed pushing gold find. And you kind of ignore split the party 3. This is why I don't have a guide for this. I'm kind of getting my head wrapped around it, but it probably just needs to be like a flow chart instead of a guide. And then I don't know how we get that to the community. We can't post a flow chart on Reddit unless I figure out how to do it with Reddit's formatting. I need some sort of damage dealer for a Briv farm. Not for an automated Briv gem farm, you don't. Not really. I don't have one in mind. I mean, your damage dealer is whoever just happens to end up setting the bud that clears the level. But I don't think I have anybody in my party that says they're a DPS. Not really how. It's not really necessary. Just winging it with a Briv team. At the moment, it's Briv, Valibo, in Mad Wizard. That's not what we're talking about with a Briv gem farm. An automated Briv gem farm has...
Job's done.
It's a lot more than just throwing Briv into a gem farm. And in fact, if you're doing Mad Wizard to like a low area level and you're just kind of clicking through it, which is usually how you do Mad Wizard, really, people need to stop doing the job's done thing when we haven't finished anything. Mad Wizard is for regular gem farming. Regular gem farms don't need Briv, and just adding Briv to a gem farm doesn't make it a Briv gem farm. Is there a difference between 1 familiar and 6 on the field in background parties? No. Well, there is a difference between 1 and 6. 1 won't collect distractions, and 6 will if you need it for patron challenges. That's the only difference. You should create a sound alert for ad break. I've thought about it, but as you see, people spam sound alerts when they're not necessary. And then what do I do with those people? Do I smack them on the hand? Do I time them out? I don't know. We got rid of one sound alert because people were using it at the wrong time. And they were using it a lot, and it was just making me mad. But I don't want to get rid of the jobs done one because the jobs done one, folks, if you're new, is specifically for if we're paying attention to something, like if I'm running 2 clients or I'm doing guide updates and we finish whatever we were working on here in an adventure, then chat can let me know that the job's done and I can go switch us up to the next thing. That's what it's for. What'd you loop to with the Ishi? I just do 50. It doesn't matter. I mean, you don't have to go far for it, basically. It does matter. It just doesn't You need to be killing bosses with her, so you just want to do a decent amount of bosses that are easy for her to do. And for me, 50 offline has been working just fine. You put a flowchart on your stream. Sure, but then I have to be streaming for somebody to get the answer. I like written guides because they're available 24/7. I could use it as a visual reference when people are asking in stream, but I make guides so that people have answers available 24/7. I don't mind answering questions in streams, but guides are even better. Guides are even better. Being a little stuck. I'm at a point where I've done all the tier 1 event stuff, but I can't push past about area 350. What should I be doing? To be able to sure I can complete the tier 2 event things before the event ends. You just may not. That's not a guarantee. If you've completed tier 1, the only thing that might help you with tier 2 is to go into a free play like that has a good formation layout and do what I'm doing now, which is push as far as you can to try to earn as much favor as possible. And if you see a big gain, like we're at EO8, that's only going to help me clear tier 1 content. But if I can get to E15, E20, I'll have a shot at tier 2. Favor will help me with tier 2. Favor won't help me with any tiers beyond that, though. I would need a lot. I would need other forms of power. So we're basically hunting favor right now. No. No, that one's coming back, yeah. Oh no, here come the allergies. Oh no, it wasn't congratulating for two. The guides were done a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, Halohandrite. We just went through like a cold snap. This random cold snap where there was a risk of snow, but now it's like 80 degrees out again, like so super warm. So, all the trees are like, oh, it's spring. Pollen. Killing me. I just have to be near a door that opens and then suddenly it's like, well. Hey, Dance Lover. 9 Tour of the show, E11 Torm's favorite. Yeah, you need more. Well, not Torm's and Lyra. It's Lyra's. Torm's doesn't matter for the event. Lyra's favor is what matters for the event. So you're at E13. So, you got to try to do a deep push and see if you can get more. Same thing here in Texas. Oh, yeah. I'm in Oklahoma, Papa Micah. So I got this. I got the left edge of that cold front, just probably like you did. Yeah. But like right now, the best thing I can do for my account, for my event, is to try to get more than EO8 favor, like a lot more. As you can see, we're almost, we're at EO7 now. And we're nowhere near our wall. So we're gonna get an increase. We just don't know how much. And this isn't the most ideal formation layout for this either. But we should see an increase. Which is all that matters. We just need an increase. Hopefully we get a good increase, but we're basically moving it's like setting up it's like building a set of stairs, right? Well, your first set of favor built it up to a certain amount. And then having that set of stairs there is going to let you build another set of stairs that goes higher, right? And you're keeping to get, this isn't the best example, but you're continuing to build on what you did before, to go higher and higher and higher to a certain point. At a certain point, you're not going to be able to go farther. All right, I got to blow my nose. Hold on, camera's going off. Okay, I think I can sort of breathe again. Oh. Well, it's not. Yeah. So I know that terms doesn't strictly matter for the event. Just stating my full progression in case it helps inform other options. No, not really. It doesn't. I get what you're trying to do, but it doesn't. Because here's the thing. Uh, like I don't even have, like I have E15 Torms. That doesn't mean anything. Like, and that isn't even a part of my full progression because I haven't been back here to do a deep run in a long time. Technically, if I did, I could max this out. I could get, yeah. We'd be easily into the E20s. No questions asked. So this doesn't even represent my full progress. Yeah. Kind of the same over here. We could get much higher than E22. It's just I don't see a need to currently, so I haven't gone back to do it. We'll get back there eventually. Severin Blaine, thank you for the follow. We'll get back there eventually. Finally made it to the Bud's Buggy Club. Oh no. Second day of trials, I ended up crawling to 25-1. Oh. Was it Freely or Akira or both? The question. Anything special for Split the Party 3? I mean, I've got a guide for that. It's more restrictive, and you've definitely got to have a lot more gold find for Split the Party 3. It's pretty brutal. But, you know, some people, Zealous found it easier than 2. Usually that happens if you have a good gold find. Like if you've created like lots of good gold from your progress from your Modron core. But if you haven't, then you get a little, it gets rough. Also, the math is off on the splits a little bit, but I think I updated my split the party guide to include 3. Yeah. I think good rule of thumb things to remember about favor. Something like if you can think you can increase your DPS by 10x compared to the last push, you'll be able to get Y times more favor on the next push. Oh. Here's all I could tell you about favor. All I've really tracked is as you do deep favor runs, if you're like, we're sitting at EO8 right now. I think we're going to get E15 if we do, and I go up 7 orders of magnitude, right? From E08 to E15, 7 orders of magnitude. Then I could go further on the next run. Now, how much further? I don't know. And that's going to depend on what numbers you're increasing through. So I could probably get a pretty good gain off the next one, like off an E15, and maybe get to 20s. If we can get to E15, I might get to 20 on the next one. But it's going to start slowing down, and eventually you'll get to a point where you're only getting maybe an order of magnitude or 2 out of a deep push. At that point, you've got as much as you can get with your current account power. And if you can't even get a single order of magnitude, then you're done deep favor pushing. You can't get any more. And so you're just watching like here, like so right now I'm at 939 EO8 favor at Lyra's favor. That's what I started this with. I'm already above that. I'm already at 100 and something percent increase. Well, the percentage increase doesn't matter. What I'm looking at is where do I ultimately end up? Can I go an order of magnitude higher or not? And how many, right? If you can make big jumps, then there's what I like to say is there's a lot of meat left on the bone. But if you're getting like a couple orders of magnitude, like if I could only get to E11 after this, it's probably not worth my resources at this stage to do another one of those. I then need to go try to increase account power, which is like, going out and just progressing through campaigns, getting gems, buying chests, adding, item levels to things, and the general overall progression, leveling up my Modron cores, working on, getting some patron stuff here and there, but not really. I'm not, at some point more of it. Tapping out those blessings wherever it's easy to do. There are so many different, I've got to go a whole guide to like account progression. Everything has to go up for you to go up again. This is why I didn't do, like last week we did the first run, we got EO8. And then I waited until this week to do another one because I knew that in a week, even though it isn't a full 7 days of player progress, but in a few more days of actively playing the game, I was going to get a lot more power on my account that would help me go a lot further. So sometimes just piggybacking favor runs isn't helpful. A lot of times it's do one, go for a bit, increase your overall power for your formation, then do another one, and then do the same, and then repeat, right? You just kind of got to learn. What you're going to learn is just, you're going to start recognizing, okay, well, I'm, like I said, I tried to push, this one got me to 8, let's say the next one gets me to 15, and the next one gets me to 22, but then the next one after that only gets me to 24. I'm done. I'm not getting... I might be able to get one more order of magnitude out, but unless that's some important breakpoint for me, it's not worth it right now. Yeah. And I don't know how that translates into... I've never tried to track that with, like, your bud or something. I've just... Because that wasn't important to me, I've never tried to track that. I get why some people might want that, but I'm a very much just go do it kind of person. So, yeah. But like with Waterdeep, I did deep runs in Waterdeep. I got us to Helm's E24. I did like my first run wasn't super deep, but it got us a good like foundation of favor. And then the next run was pretty deep. That got us the E24. And now I'm not doing a favor run for a while. I will want to do another one there at some point because E24 wasn't enough to... Like, I need E29, 750 E29, so we'll be aiming for like E30 to get this. By the time I do that, yeah, we should have the power to go up another 6 orders of magnitude. Maybe even further. I'm just not doing it right away because I'm still limited on resources. You want these. You really, I like these for these deep pushes. It just makes things easier. I mean, the gold ones are obviously the biggest ones, but then time-wise, the speed ones are the important ones. I just threw the others in because usually I just burn one of each. I get Bud's Buggy off all sorts of champions. Well, it's specifically debuff champions, but usually the biggest offenders are Freely and Arkira. Yeah. Maybe that's my real question: is trying to continue to do deep event runs worthwhile or a fool's errand for me at the moment. Depends on how much you're gaining. That's kind of, hopefully that's what I answered, is you're looking at, you know, are you getting lots of orders of magnitude of favor, or are you not getting much at all? And you don't have to do all of them right now. I mean, there's another week left in the event. Well, more than a week. There's 14 days left in the event. So you could, if you feel like you've got a good chunk right now, you can go back to doing regular campaign stuff like I was doing, and then come back in a week and do another deep favor run, and you should have increased your overall power by that point. And then you can do it again. You have another week to improve. How do I know when to hit that? I mean, like I said, you're just looking at the number gains. EO8 to, like, we're only at EO9 right now, but hopefully we're going to be at E15 by the time we're done. Oh, I'm about to die. Okay, so here's what I do. So we started this off. This was, let me say this. This was technically a speed formation. I know that seems silly, but that's because it's a formation that does have speed champions in it. We're gonna pop an hour long in this. I need to now build a formation that is a pushing formation. And we are going to use champions that are, no, that's not, oh no, we're going to stay with Celeste. Are we? Oh. Briv, there we go. We want Briv in. Front. We're going to try Shadowheart. Sheila's still our, I think we're still, yes, don't Beetle? No, probably not. Bolo, unfortunately. We're gonna use Aliwick. Are we gonna use Aliwick? Oh yeah, because we can move back. Dragon Bait? I don't know. Mazaka? I don't know. Try Shadowheart and Hitch to start. So let's see, how do I want to do this? We're gonna go Miss. We're gonna give some survivability up front. Mystical Mentor. This isn't the best. Well, we're gonna test some things. What I'm trying to do right now is build the best pushing group I can, even if it's not fast. Because we went kind of as far as I could with the speed group. Survivability still for him at this item level stage. Oh no, hitches. Okay, so we went like this. Maybe. Do we want like that? But then he needs to be within 2. I'm gonna match other things within 2 slots of her. Cool. And then invoke duplicity, tracking, find. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Find herself. Okay. Then I need to move Aliwick back. It's just in front. This is in front, right? Trying to remember all these new champions, or champions that I just don't use on my main account that much. Vola's just in front. Yes, in the 2 columns in front. And so is Gale. So Vola's like Gale. That makes sense. Okay. So. Yeah, and now we're absolutely just wrecked that. So now I save this as Ishii push. And then what I would change about this is I would level up Azaka, and we would do Diana. Well, wait, no, we don't really need. Well, yeah, Diana. Okay. Anybody else we're gonna change here? No, these two, and then this would be. This is basically gold find. Pretty gold farm. Basically, we're earning. This one's going to earn us a bit more. Like we're at 6E13 gold find off of. E13. That's some bouncing gold find over there. Oh, because of Ishii. Ishii's going to bounce us around. Then we want to kind of go back to the speed team. We're using Fire Breath to kill everything right now, based off the pushing team. So I'm just swapping between these parties to try to get us to go further faster. But when we run out of power, then we swap. We just tab in the pushing team. If we want a little more gold, we tab in. Well, it's supposed to work as with the dirty gold farm. I don't know that it was working that great. We're actually we don't have a whole lot of gain here with Azaka being really the only swap. I think before we had swapped out Eliwick for Tyrell, maybe. And so having the gold farm made sense, and here it probably doesn't. In this run, it probably doesn't. Oh, how do you know if you get to the soft cap? This upgrade symbol becomes a circle with a line through it. If you've never been there, you wouldn't know, but yeah. Really Presser and Gale took you to Bud's Buggy. Okay. Finally heard you realize Miri had to be in the tank line. Yeah. To keep everybody alive because they can't one-shot her. They're with Krydle usually. And we're on an ad break. And we're on an ad break. What are we up to? E11. In my experience, well, this formation is going to be a little odd. But in my experience, we should be able to hit 600, 500, 600. This formation may limit us. And this formation layout may limit us. Real have an app. If I can get all my champs to the soft cap on an event round, does that mean the additional favor isn't useful? I mean, define useful. It's not going to help you go much further. At that point, once you hit the soft cap, favor doesn't really help you progress further. It stops it, like it has a lot of scaling up until that point, and then it just kind of stops, and it, you know, whereas it's giving you power like this, it then gives you power like this, and it's a very slow incline. And that's where other forms of progression are more helpful, like can be more helpful. Now having more favor means a bigger conversion into a main campaign, so there's still reasons why it might be useful. And you can over level like we were talking about earlier. Again, that's not going to be much of a power increase. But it's always depends on how much favor we're talking about. Like I shoot on my main account, I shoot for E100 favor. As long as I'm around there, I'm happy. Even if I miss it by a couple, I don't care. That's close enough. You know, there's some people that shoot much, much higher, right? Really depends on your progression level. I'm still progressing on this account, so that goal keeps changing. Like the target's going to constantly fluctuate because we're constantly adding power. But that soft cap, when I know I can soft cap, then I know the favor is going to help me complete the variance really at my progression level. But there might be cases where over leveling a little bit, like if we're on the boss and we just need a little more damage, maybe over leveling helps. Or if we just need a little survivability, maybe over leveling heals, right? Like we don't know. So the useful is a difficult determining factor, but that's what it can do. And then is that useful to you? I don't know. I don't remember. Could you charge up Briv in another party or not? Yes, but man, I feel like that scaling's broken. At some point, I hope they fix that, but you know, they probably won't. To be honest, you can, but not really how it's supposed to work. For conversion to campaign favor, isn't only the E's that are a multiple of 3 that count? No. No. For event favor, it's 10% per order of magnitude. So E10 gets you 100%. E24 would get you 240%. E25 would get you 250%. E26 would get you 260%. The numbers before the E are weird. I don't know how that translates. But it is, for in an event, it's 10% per order of magnitude. Which is why I say they're the place to really get your conversions, because in a time gate or a trials, it's only 2.5% per order of magnitude. They're literally a quarter of the gain you might get in an event. Still pushing along on that one hit. E103 is where we're at. Let's swap over here. E118 is our high bud. High watermark for bud. Just hop over here for a second. Level some things up. What's that favor gain? Wow, E25, E125 now. E127. Oh, I love it. So good, so good. So yeah, we got a ways. We're going to be able to push a ways with E127. And we're up to E13 already, so we should beat E15 easily. The question is, where will we ultimately fall on the curve? Do we do it? We do it. I'm gonna burn this one too. To get us to 10x speed, which we don't do often on this account. Just because, just to make this a little more efficient time-wise. Oh yeah, there's 1,500 gems. I'm doing it. I was like, should I do it? I'm doing it. Because I need 2,500 gems for Vajra, but I don't care. I will earn them back. What are we getting rid of? 10% all champs damage. Boom. Speed, overwrite. She and the others? No. She is over here. Okay. Boom. So where are we at now? 173%. That's good. So that was a good jump. So just to compare, we were at 123.6. It went up almost 50% additively. It's a 40% boost, but basically took us up almost 50% additively. We will take that and run with it. Love it. Now I got to earn back those 2,500 gems I spent. But it's worth it. Here's the thing. When it's going on a speed feat like that, it just means you're going to earn it back faster than you were earning it in the first place. So as long as it's a small amount like 2,500, totally fine. Totally fine. That's why we target the speed feats first. For if you're going to buy gem feats, the speed feats are the ones to go with first, because you just make those gems back. Make them back real fast, and then suddenly you're making even more than you ever were. Get that snowball rolling. Okay, we're running out of pushing power. I need to toggle over. There we go. There we go. 131 now. All right. You go. Turn all this up. I really don't know why I haven't just switched to make my speed group include some of these strong champions. I really just should. I really just should. I've just been keeping that core group just so that when other new players hop in, they understand like this is still kind of a new account. We've just blown it out of the water with their choices, which is great for me. Roll the new weekly offer. Oh, do it. Boom. I'm taking the huge potion of speed. They know me. 14 platinum Ishii chests, though. So rude. I'm not doing it. She's feeding herself item level. She doesn't need it. And these familiars are all too expensive. My taste. So we're not getting anything else, but an enclave in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Oh, I forgot to toggle in the pushing group. I think we're just in pushing group territory now. Yeah, we need the damage from here, and at some point I'm probably gonna have to start. Yeah, we're getting into efficient leveling zones. Which I know some people uses some people, but it does the work. Slow. Where are we at? There's E16, so I'm happy with this push already. Anything else we're getting out of this is just a wonderful, joyous bonus. I was thinking we were going to be around E15, but our progress has improved. So we might end this. Oh, E18 might be realistic. It's it's creeping up slow. E18 feels realistic. We're really pushing things. If I wanted to dream, if I dared to dream, E20. I don't think I should dare to dream. So here's the thing, Fix-It, about stopping your progress of a run and then trying to charge Briv back up again and then putting back in is the time you're spending to do that. Like you've got it, like you don't want to do it too long, and like swapping into a background party, you can usually check it pretty quickly, and he's got way too many stacks than he should have in that time amount. You don't necessarily want to just pull people out and let them beat on him, because you're losing all that time you think you're gaining. You're losing it. So it's the background swap that people do is usually the faster way to do that, but it's a very manual form of play. Game can be really slow without speed potions. Once you get used to speed, you never want to live without it. Crazy. The best way to get them consistently, you just got to keep buying chests and open them. Keep buying gold chests and open them. And then there's this new apothecary system where you can take the potions that you don't want, distill them down into reagents, and then brew the potions you do want. Which is usually speed. Yes, we're all speed junkies. And idle champions. But then I make sure that I'm not using. I try to use the size that matters. In most cases, in this one we're doing a deep run, so I wanted a lot of speed. But normally I'm choosing, like, if I know I'm going to go, if I only have to go 50 areas, I might, depending on how fast my speed group is, I might not even use a speed potion, or if I do, it might be a 5-minute potion. Whereas if I have to go 100 areas, I might be using a couple 15-minute potions. Like, you kind of got to figure out how fast your group is, like how fast your group completes content, to pair the right speed potion with it without wasting kind of time on that potion. And that's kind of some math you got to figure out on your own as you're playing. It's kind of difficult. There isn't just a, well, these are the ones you use here and these are the ones you hear. It doesn't, because it's based off too many factors. Okay, while we're still killing with fire breaths, we're at what, 727 E14. Oh, there's E15. We've got scalers. We got people scaling on abilities here. This just jumped us straight to 16 now. For a second there. Okay, where are we at? There's the E18. I knew it. Oh god, are we gonna hit E20? I hope so. I hope so. Briv not allowed to jump bosses in his own event variants. Briv cannot jump a boss in an adventure or a variant. He can only jump bosses in free plays. They changed him a long time ago. When he first came out, he could just jump bosses. And then they fixed him by making it so he could only jump bosses in free plays, which lets you still gem farm with him, but didn't let you skip actual content, like the hard challenging content, which is the boss fights, on progression in regular adventures and in variants. Arguably, they should have just made it so he couldn't jump bosses ever, and then they wouldn't have this big problem with Briv jump farm. But it's too late for that. Yeah, your Briv, Ravenous, your Briv is functioning correctly. And Blushi is stuck being dead. Restart your client? I don't know. See, look, I said we could get to like 500-600. Look at us. We're almost to 600, folks. We're at E19 favor. It's a good push. We haven't even maximized it by popping the goal find potions. There's E20. We're still going, and it's going pretty quick. And we still have Eliwick in gems. We don't even have her in moons. Wow. Getting real lucky with all the upgrades, too. What would be a super powerful gold find champion besides Eric and Astarion? Mahen. Mahen is available, not Krull for dirty gold farming. Krull is for Azaka farming or Makos bombing. Azaka farming. I don't think he'd be good at Makos bombing. Mahen. Mahen's pretty huge. But for dirty gold farming needs kind of a slightly different set of champs than Azaka gold farming, which needs a slightly different set of champs than Makos bombing. Azaka gold farming, the big key there, other than Azaka, is Krull. Krull with a 40 stack Pilfer. Otherwise, one of the other options is going to be better. You can't get a 40 if you're not going to go 40 stack Pilfer, then you probably shouldn't be doing Azaka farming. You'd see better results out of one of the other forms. Mahen doesn't need his daughters for dirty gold farming, or for his gold find bonus at all. No, I mean You basically you build a gold find formation, and then you put Mahen in, and then you try to match up as much grumpy stacks as you can, but that's not the point. You just do the best you can with the gold find party you have. If you have any empty seats that you could fill with one of his daughters, that might be helpful, but it's not a target. Last potion question. I mean, you can ask as many as you want. You're getting them from chests, spam tons of silver, just buy gold. Yeah, you're just buying golds. Look, after you this very beginning of this game, when you buy silvers just to get green or better gear on all your core champions, you stop buying silvers forever. And you just buy gold chests. At that point, silvers are pointless. Yeah, because you're gonna just straight up loot silvers. Look, I'm sitting on 21 silvers. You're gonna loot plenty of those off bosses. You don't need to spend your gems on them. You spend your gems on the gold chests. And just open the naturally occurring silvers. All right, question time. Azaka farming? It's a thing. It's not. I don't feel it's useful anymore. There are people who want to do it for like the super maximized goal. I don't think it's not worth the time anymore. Beetle farming now? No, I don't think so. Because it stops, right? He can only get the gold a couple of times, and then it's done. Like 5 times, and then it's done. Azaka farming is a manipulative form of gameplay that centers around Azaka's ultimate. I can't demonstrate it right now. Azaka's ultimate, which basically in one of her specializations, her resist the cursed, I believe. It's been a while since we've done this. She brings out a pair of tigers, and those tigers maul enemies and force them to drop their money, like their lunch money. Call it bullying enemies for their lunch money. So you don't actually have to kill anything to earn the gold. So what you do is you go as far as you possibly can get, drop back to a boss area, kill everything but one enemy, and then swap out all of the damage dealers, and then swap out all of your gold find boosters and Azaka, or you know, there's a process to this with Krull to generate pilfer stacks, but the idea is then you just hit the ultimate over and over, and they drop gold as if you're killing them, even though you're not killing them, and you've spiked your gold find through the roof, and you're getting tons of gold. That used to be the best way to get gold in the game. Took a lot of work. People didn't want to do it. Now dirty gold farming exists. It's just so much easier. It's basically what I was doing earlier. We were pushing a high bud value, and then I'm switching to a gold find group, and I'm just soaking up extra gold based off how my gold find percentage went up, which it's not a huge change with this group. But if I were if I were hotkeying into a full gold find group, we might go from E18 gold to E like 30 something gold. In which case you'd see huge gains, right? And just with the push of a button. So it kind of makes Azaka farming and all the manipulation and setup and time it takes pointless. It's also why we call it dirty, because it feels dirty to just hit a button and get almost as much gold as you would get from an Azaka farm. And then Mako's bombing it needs Mako's, obviously, and it needs Sergeant Knox, plus tons of stuff, and it's another manipulative form. But 40 pilfer stacks is the maximum multiplicatively stacking with pre-stack multipliers gold find you can get. I think in the game still, maybe? I don't know. Some of these new champions are wild. And so you get so much gold off. You get 40 stacks on the thing that you're mauling, and it's just, you don't kill it. You just get to farm it over and over again, and it's wonderful. Filthy gold farming. Filthy gold farming. Oh no. I shuffled Eliwick's cards. What's she gonna get? What's she gonna get? I want to clear 700. We'll get achievement unlocked. We've never been above 700, I don't think. But we need some. I need to do some efficient upgrading. What do we got? What do we got? What's coming up? 2070, 2190. Can we get there? We can. 2190. Got it. Okay. The last 1890. I mean, like can we get to 1890? No, not quite. 1140. 1170 would give me more health. There's the damage upgrade. Light in the Dart's healing. I'm at 2400. I don't know if we can get to 24. We can. We can do it. Oh, we got a few. Boom, boom, boom. Chain and upgrades. All right, we died, but that's okay. We're getting some good power upgrades. 2100 to 2210. Yes. Oh, and ones after that. Cool. 2210, 2340. Got it. 1050. 1090's one. 1160 after that. Yeah, we can do that one too. And 7040 is Fortunate Soul. She got gem cards. I mean, I love the gem cards, Eliwick, but I kind of need the gold find right now. Can we beat the boss? Bailey Errol Tavabent. Yes, we did. There's our achievement to 700. First time past 700. And I'm gonna... Oops. I'm gonna hit the wrong button. And I'm gonna hit the wrong button. That's okay. We got some farming in. What do we got? E24 favor, folks. So this is what I'm talking about when earlier when I was like, if you go from E08 and you get a big gain, 16 orders of magnitude is a big gain. That means we could go further. The next run with E24 favor, I'm thinking easily E30. Easily E30 favor. We'd be soft capping champions. For the first time, I might be able to unlock all my feats. So that's something we have to do at some point in this event. Not doing it right now. But that's coming. That's coming. I can feel it coming in the air of the night. Oh, Lord. Showing my age. In the best way. That's a great song. Yeah. We got anything? No, everybody's too far away. This is kind of we're at the end of our upgrades. Kind of at the end of our upgrades. And we got an ad break coming in. Man is in the next event for Gold Fine, yes. Hey, DZ Worm. It's some wintry evening. When there's nothing on the telly, we can reminisce about gin stacking, too. DJINN stacking, yes. It's still a thing you can do. I don't know that it's necessary anymore, but if you do have to use Baloth and you do need every bit of power that he can give, it's still a thing. Yeah, or Kira stacking is the other thing that you can reminisce about. That one I just don't think, because of Bud's Buggy, it's not necessary. But that was the one place I regularly used Artemis. We need the Phil Collins drum riff soundbite. Okay, hold on. Now I'm gonna go to the thing that provides me my the sound alerts. I'm gonna see. Do they have it available? What do you mean? I already have an account here. What? Yes. Right? Yeah. Show me my alerts. Now, can I find Phil Collins Yeah. Okay, hold on. This may be real loud. Oh, they just stop it right before that, though. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. That's the part of that song where it pops off. That child song just absolutely goes wild after that point. Love it so much. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna add that as a sound clip, but we had it right there for a moment. This account is gonna get so much power tomorrow. This is another reason why I'm really happy we showcased what it could do. E25 before tomorrow, because tomorrow it's gonna get supercharged. And we'll be absolutely wrecking stuff next week with the deep push. Tomorrow there's a giveaway on the Epic Games Store. So if you're playing Idle Champions on Epic, there's going to be a giveaway pack with a bunch of champions and a ton of platinum chests. And platinum chests just give ridiculous amounts of item levels, which, you know, this early on is a ridiculous amount of power. So the account's going to get a ton of power tomorrow, basically for free. Basically for free. $100. So I'm really trying to milk everything we can out of this. I probably shouldn't be. I mean, we've I don't know that we're going to get more than the E25 that we've gotten. This is where being efficient with the time is. I didn't even pop these because honestly I don't know that I will, because E25 is so much. We did end of our regular speed potions. Feel like we're kind of at the end of the run here, but super happy with E25. Oh, it's not. No, it's free, Papa Micah. The pack on Epic is free. That's why it's wild. They're gonna drop a free pack on the Epic Game Store. You just claim. You just got to log in if you're playing on Epic. You just got to log in tomorrow. Like there's a week where you log. As long as you log in, you get it. It's super wild. And I will be this Saturday over on the Cena Games channel. I'll be doing my tutorial show on the 5 champions that come in the pack so that people can understand how to use them. Yeah, basically there's, you might have to click it. I thought you just logged in, but you might have to click it on the free thing. I don't know. You know how Epic does the free thing every Thursday? You might have to click it. I thought it was just logging in, but... Oh, man. It's still pushing. Yeah, I get to explain Artemis again. That's okay. The upside is I get to explain Karlach. So, all right, hold on. I gotta turn this off again. And of course, I ran out of stuff to blow it. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Switch this back. Wait. Within the range of another upgrade. Scan one here. Okay. Like if we could get the E26, now I'm being greedy. Do the 5 epic champions synergize well? There's too many DPS champions. I don't know why they gave a pair of pure DPS champions. I don't know. So it's, you know, it's gonna be one of those where, hey, look, you got a lot of options at least. Type of situations. Like they're giving you lots of options, and there's nothing wrong with that. So if somebody gets restricted out of a variant, you got another option. I don't hate that. You use Carlock as your tank most times. Okay. I used Carlock to beat people into a pulp. Early on, I think at least she's a solid tank, but I prefer her beating things to death. Yeah. But everybody can, hey, look, as long as people are using Carlock, I'm happy. All right. I think we're done. Here. So 734 as our highest new completion zone is cool. Does Carlock hit all close enemies or just one? She's a single target DPS. So now we are E25 favor. We'll be able to rock through. At some point, we're going to have to sit down and do all this. We should be able to easily clear tier 2. I don't think. I know we just hit 700, but restricted in a variant, like the best, we might be able to do like tier 3 of variant 1 if they're not horribly restricted. Maybe. I don't even know if we might try because we get free item levels for it. We might try. But the 800 isn't going to happen unless we wait. Unless we wait until after we get that power pack. So I think next week is probably when we're going to be trying these tiers out. We'll have a lot of power then. But for now, we go water deeper. For now, we go water deeper. I want this back in. Please, thank you. These set up and let me get some potions. How far are we going? 200. Oh, yeah. Let's try 3 of these and we'll do one of those to start and maybe add a couple more later. What do we just get over here? Unlock 30 champions. Cool. Take it. Now that is the key for Vajra. We just need these water deep ones and the gems. Should get the gems. Yeah, we just need 1,000 more gems. Should get the gems easily from this because we're going to get 400 just from this, just from completing it. That put us at 1857, so we'll be over 2,000 from this one. We'll be over 2,500 from the next one. Then we'll be able to pause for station identification. Basically, we're going to do like a Vajra variant so we can get her currency to buy her time gate piece. But she goes on the list of, okay, we want her time gate piece every week. And maybe we'll alternate like which patron we do our overnight runs with Ishii, so that we're constantly earning currency for free, basically. That's the best way to get patron currency is for free without any effort involved. Please, please. I haven't figured out a good formation for Carlock DPS since I have Grim now and the Dark Urge. They always seem to outperform her in what I set up. Why are they in the group? Here's the thing: when you build a formation, you want one person as your DPS. There shouldn't be another DPS. You can have so Grim I could see if you're trying to tank with Grim, fine. But the Dark Urge shouldn't be in a Carlock DPS formation because he doesn't contribute. So, or do you just mean like if you're trying to try them out? Oh, you mean you swap them out? Okay. So Carlock DPS needs to be in her left-hand spec. And initially, and you really can only compare them when you're at a wall, because Carlock creates her damage explosion out of building up rage stacks, combined with hitting her ultimate, which doubles her rage stack potential. So you need to be at a higher area where she can actually build that up to ever see what she can actually do. If you're just swapping it in like at the start, she'll show lower damage, but it doesn't matter because what you like here, your damage on this area doesn't matter. My damage, 700 areas in is what matters. And there she freaking it goes off. So yeah. She's a grower, not a shower. Downloaded the Epic version, trying to decide if I want to leave the Xbox version and move to PC. I never turn my Xbox off and have the game up all the time so my speed champions work. Might be worth switching just to free up my console. Yeah, might be. I mean, I don't know how much, if you've spent money on the other one, but this is a good giveaway for free. I don't know. Yeah. I find the PC version of the game, by everyone's accounts, is better than the console versions to play and interact with. They aren't strictly rotating giveaways. They can't. They try, but yeah. Steam and Epic get most of them. Sometimes consoles get them too, but it's really about, do platforms want to allow them to do giveaways? I know that sounds odd, but from a platform's perspective, they're like, why would we let you, most of them are like, why would we let you give away stuff that you sell? That doesn't make us any more money. And so the argument with some platforms understand, like Epic really understands, that when you give stuff away for free, you make more money. As odd as that might sound. You don't give like tons of stuff away, but you give some away, people are more inclined to spend money. Death Javo, I think you do one more Zerial variant and you call it for now. Yeah, hit a wall and then mess around with your formations. That's in general, not even just her, but your formations in general, you compare them at your wall. Not at area 1 or area 50 or even area 100, unless 100 is your wall, which wouldn't seem right. But you want to compare them at your what you think your wall is, and see if they can see what moves you further. I think I spent $40, not too much. I mean, that giveaway on Epic is worth more than $40 probably. So, yeah. That doesn't work that way. A different email to get the newsletter on Epic, you have 2 a week. No. Once you've used a newsletter code on your account, it won't let you, it knows, it won't let you use another newsletter code on the same account. You'll just have one for each account. I think I keep Carlock at the front to receive hits to build a rage. I do not. That may be your limiting factor. when she's DPS, she can go anywhere. Then you can place her like you would a DPS, whatever the best position for the formation layout and your supports are, and you let other people tank. I actually find at the higher levels, she's not a good tank. So early on, and maybe even in the mid game to a certain degree, she might be a good enough tank, but later on, she doesn't tank well enough. She doesn't have anything in her kit. I mean, you put her in the tank spec, she gets a heal, but she doesn't have any like damage mitigation or anything. So, and she doesn't have any way to boost her health up a lot. Like, I don't know. But her damage is ridiculous. Yeah, she also builds her rage by attacking, so I just rely on that. According to seating, it's worth $100. Okay, sure. They're gonna know better than I. Random observation from a zero formation randomly threw together. Volo may be a hack, but the dude could throw off a mean buff. There's a reason I actually put him in. He's part of the pushing group. It's insultingly unfair that he gets what he does from very little itemization, and Beetle basically gets nothing. This is why we were complaining about Beetle's balance, and Justin thinks Beetle and Grimm's reworks are just fine, but if you use them together, it works. And it's like that shouldn't be the thing. Like, the fact that you think that should be a thing is a problem. Every champion should stand on their own, and Beetle just doesn't. But Volo just ridiculous. Now it is reliant on you observing lots of different monster types. But most adventures and variants in the game have a good variety of different monster types. So you get a good buff off of it, and if you can get if you get a lot of them, then it gets even better. You can send multiple. You can sign up for the game on different platforms with the same email address and get multiple emails a week. Yes, but you can only use one per account, like one code per account. Yeah, it was funny. When we first started this, I did swap just to see what would happen. I think back when Ishii had like 30 or 40 item levels, and Karlach only has 2, like average. And Karlach outdamaged Ishii. With green gear, it was Karlach's a beast early on. My tags are Grim, Nayeli, Karlach, Tyrell, and Archon. Well, don't use Archon as a tank. He only tanks for evil DPS, so just know that. And then he's very selfish. But yeah. So you've got Grim, Nayeli, and Tyrell at least as alternates right now. If you can pick up Briv in this event, that's great. If not, yeah. I mean, Karlach might be the best as a tank for you right now while you're limited, but considering 3 of the 5 tanks you listed are core champions, of course an event tank is going to do better. Like, that's just event champion scaling is just way better across the board. How do I increase Vola's guide to questing? I don't understand the definition of guide and or collection quests. It's these. Anything under this button in the collections list. So it just means, like, I don't know, claim. Like there's no number here to tell me, but it's just, you know, whatever these are. It's as you progress through the game and you get these done, it's talking about all of these. There's a lot of them. I don't chase any of them. I let them happen when they happen. They do not guide you anywhere. They try to. The UI is an unhelpful system currently in its current state. The delivery of the information is unhelpful. The data that's behind there is helpful. They just don't have it presented in a way that's helpful to anybody. So just play through the game, and as you do more of those quests, claim them, and that will boost his guide to questing. Yeah, the bigger boost is just getting his monster types. It's C for on PC. It's C for this place. Otherwise, it's under the I tab here. Quests, I guess. Collections, quests. Takes you straight there. Need more time gate pieces. Yeah, everybody does. Well, when you're new, you always do. Yeah. So need to fill out my 1, 3, and 10 slots for split the party. The Briv's out this event. Yeah, I guess. The Rosie's in 10, Spurt's in 3. You can't get a 1. But yeah, shoot for that first. You'll do fine. For now. Yeah, we're not even done with this. We're at 1,600. We'll get, so we're already over 2,000 at the end of this adventure. I don't think we're going to get enough to be at 2,500 for this adventure. It doesn't matter because we've still got multiple. What do we need? Like 3 more? We're at 12. So this is 13. So we'll need 2 more adventures after this. Anyway, so we'll end up with more gems than we needed. That's fine. We already bought our time gate piece from Mert this week. That's all we were buying, even though we got a bunch of coins. The next thing we want to buy is this. Maybe we look 5 EO5 influence. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to switch to a background party for the first time on this account. We haven't even used a background party for anything yet. Let's switch to a background party. I'm going to come over here to Tomb of Annihilation. I'm going to activate Mert. I'm going to see what... No, up here? It is. Overwhelming force 3 EO5. This is the one we want. 381 EO5. This is our efficient one. And it's not enough to get us to the Modron chest. $381 EO5. What are we sitting in? EO4. That's not enough. That would put us at basically 4 EO5. We need another 1 EO5 risk. I mean, it's going to have to be in the 400 completion range, it feels like. Or we're going to be doing multiples. Oh, geez. So like Azaka Part 1 at 375 gets us almost there. We'll have to do the math. All right. But we're going to come back and do... we're going to do Overwhelming Force for Vajra is the idea. And that will instantly give us our time gate piece. But we do need to work on that Modron component chest. We just got our Modron core so much faster than normal. Like, than I've done it before, that it's like, oh god. We got to find other ways to get that favor. When you play on Linux, I have no idea. I think people do, but I'm not the person to ask about that. But the party mission sounds like it's going to be an absolute nightmare. I'm scared of it. Once you unlock it, you can do it. I literally just did it on this account recently. When the day the event started, we qualified, and I did it then. I've got a guide for it. I mean, I usually say, hey, try it on your own and see what happens, but you know, just read the restriction and kind of try to understand what's going on. If you can't get it, then I've got a guide that literally walks you through it. It's one of the few walkthroughs I've made for the game, like for variants or adventures. Because the second you unlock it, you can do it. Because I do it with core champions, but you could use event champions, and it's even easier. I just do it with core champions to demonstrate that anybody can do it the second they get it. I definitely recommend having, like, if you have one of these huge potions of speed and a huge potion of clairvoyance, I find those to be big deals, because gold is what you're chasing there, because you can't bring in any favor or anything. So having one of these going and one of these going just makes things go quicker and more efficiently for you. Otherwise, it is a slog while you're just trying to earn enough gold to get leveled up to move from area to area. Like otherwise it is an absolute grind. But it doesn't have to be with potions and good choices. It doesn't have to be. And we were on an ad break, but that's okay. So the TLDR, if you missed it, if you qualify for Split the Party, you can do it, and I've got a guide for that. And there's videos linked in the guide that you can play along with. But the key is try to have one of these and one of these. Pop them at the start. Once you know what you're doing, it'll make it easier. Not on your first try. Not on your first try if you're not following the guide on your first try. If you're just trying it on your own, don't spend precious purple potion. Yeah. She's trying to burn the wall down, Dust Job. Doesn't understand. That's not how it works. Not how it works, Alleywick. Stop it. Okay, we just unlocked Caddy Bree. Caddy Bree is over here in seat 7. And if I wasn't using Sheila for potion reagent scavenging constantly, I would have Caddy Bree in. Caddy Bree will probably end up being in the pushing group though, if we get her some decent gear, because she's a strong support. She's also a DPS, but she's a strong support who has solid debuffs. So now I'm gonna gear her up. She's in all whites. The goal is to get her to all greens, just using these electrums. How quickly can we do that? The whites will dupe out, but any greens should go to her. Well, there's a blue that went to Karlach. We'll take that. Well, it's kind of a waste at the moment because we know Karlach's about to get something. Okay, so there's a green for her. There's a green for her. Nope. Light. Light. We're getting speed potions though. There's another green. So that's 3 out of 6. 3 left to go. 2 left to go. Something for Briv. 1 left. There it is. Okay. She is now green or better gear. So now, I'll stop with electrums for the moment, because we want to get her blues. It's just easier to get her blues from gold chests. Could keep popping electrums. There's still one more event champion. Here, let's look at this from this perspective. Reset owned. There's a lot of champions here that need blue gear. More than that are available in this event. So we want to get Grim his blues from the event. We want to get Caddy Bree and Beetle their blues from the event. We want to get Briv his blues from the event. We want to get Karlach her blues from the chest pack tomorrow. And that means our time-gated Shadowheart and the Gale we got, the Gale and Halson, their blues. Well, we might actually open up their chests at that tomorrow too. But we want to use the electrums to get the people who we don't have readily available chests for, like gold or platinum chests for, from electrums. So we're going to hold on to electrums to get Shadowheart up after tomorrow, I guess. I think tomorrow, because we're getting that giveaway, I'm just also going to pop these, which also came from Epic, but we were holding back on. So our Gale and our Halson will get better. 8? Yeah, 8. Yeah, this account's going to have a huge power spike tomorrow. You're holding back on opening those chests. I'm sure it's been challenging. Well, I've been trying to treat them as maybe like, because there was no way to not have them. Because it was an Epic giveaway that was outside of the game, so Epic just considers them part of the game now. So I tried to just leave them the way they were. They've been fed through electrums, and yeah, we've swapped to them. I mean, there's no way to not then include them at a certain point. But I've tried to withhold the power because that would have just really overpowered this account from the beginning, and we wanted to rely on our Pick3 champions and what they were providing. But I think we've shown that this is a solid way to start, just with the Pick3. If you can get lucky and get some giveaways, then yay. But yeah, we were more focused on on the Pick3 side of it. But yeah, I mean, Carlock's the one that's going to be the big winner. She's sitting there with 14 platinum chests, and then she's going to get another 32 tomorrow. So I am going to have to hold off on the on this batch of 14. We're going to give her the 32 and Artemis and the Dark Urge, and then we're going to maybe we'll play around with a little formations. I don't know. We'll see. And then later we'll give her those 14 as a treat. Like 500 average item levels. Hold on. We can figure this out. We have the capability. 32. Estimated item levels contained 1,930 through 2,762. So 1930 divided by 6. That's 321 through 460. So it's over 300 average item levels. Not 500, but it's getting close. Somewhere between 300 and 400 average item levels is what Carlock's going to get tomorrow. Is what all 5 of those champions will get. Now I am going to do this right. We're going to be getting new champions. And I'm going to be opening the Electrums first to get us to greens on those champions. It's another reason I'm holding on to Electrums right now. Because you should do that before opening these plat chests. You treat plat chests like gold chests. You get the champions therefore up to green or better gear first. Then you open them. That ensures you're getting good item levels out of it. Oh, with the extra 14? Yeah, that would probably take it to 500. Which is just ridiculous. Even just having 300 average item levels on a brand new champions is so much power. It's so much power. It just kind of makes them the guaranteed best options in their bench seats for pushing. Artemis is considered the best DPS, right? No. He is considered the DPS with the highest potential. It is specific formations. Everything about this game is specific formations, to be clear. I want to be clear. But some people are even pickier about who goes in those formations than others. And Artemis is kind of up there in the pickiest group. He needs champions that have positional formation abilities. That means someone like Celeste, who buffs the damage of champions next to her. That's a positional formation ability. So it's a formation ability that has a positional qualifier. Now, there are champions who just buff the damage of like all champions. Like Tyrell. Tyrell's buff just boosts the damage of all champions in the party. Artemis doesn't care about that. He doesn't want that type of buff in his party. He wants the other kind. So he's very picky. And he needs, in my opinion, 1,000 average item levels to really start reaching his potential of, potentially the best champion in the game, or best DPS in the game, but also he needs all of the people supporting him with those positionals to have hundreds of average item levels as well. He is super needy. He is super needy. But like Azio, this is why I say he's a late game champion, because when you get into the late game, you have a deep bench of champions, and so you're going to be able to field a group that has those requirements. And you're also going to be generating enough item levels via blacksmithing contracts that you can pump him and his supports up to the needed goals to make him start really performing. Up until that point, lots of other champions in the game are better DPS than he is. Like, so it's kind of, some people, hit their potential early. and then kind of flatline. Whereas, you know, he starts off down here, like other people are like, Phoom! And then they're like, woo! And he's just like, and then just eventually passes them and then keeps going. Right. So in the early and the mid game, there are champions that are better for you for progressing. In the late game, there are a variety of really good scaling champions. He's just the one that can kind of scale the most at the moment. So that's why I like they're giving him away, and yeah, they're giving him a lot of item levels, but it's so we're gonna see. We'll see how much time I put into this because I've done this before. But we're gonna have our Artemis, we're gonna have Karlach, and we're gonna have the Dark Urge, and they're gonna all have roughly the same potential in terms of item levels. And so we'll do a comparison. I don't have the champions to support Artemis. That's the thing. But that's why we say he's not an early game DPS. You don't really have the champions to make him amazing early on. And the Dark Urge will have he'll have some item levels, but he's not going to have any Ceramorphosis stacks. So I think Karlach is the big winner for people who are new. If people have the supports for Artemis or the tadpoles for the Dark Urge, things may vary. Let me clip those sound effects for channel point replay now. I love these types of descriptions to be in your guides. Just a section about general usefulness. How early they can hit their ceiling. That's rough because there's a lot of testing, and then I'd have to test every single champion. That's so much effort for something that if I were making a living off making guides, like truly could make a living off making guides, then it might be worth my time. It's so much time though. I worry a lot about whether or not I'm missing on someone's potential because it scales later as the threshold immediately goes crazy. Part of this information is in the champion guides. So if in a champion guide, like I put a little like Gar's note section under abilities, and if it starts talking about this is a mathematically overpowered ability, that's something that scales with item levels. So is gonna get more, gonna be stronger later in the game than it is at the beginning. Also, any ability that stacks multiplicatively has the strongest potential. But then all of them are like, they're all a little different. They all scale a little differently. Not all multiplicatively stacking abilities are give you the same amounts of power, right? So you start getting into it's just with 100 and we're coming up on 150 champions. What are we actually at right now? 148 champions in the game. It is kind of impossible with how this game works to test them all the way they would need to be for me to be comfortable putting statements like that in. I could tell you Artemis because Artemis has been studied and researched, and I've tried him on my main accounts. I've tried him on new accounts, and I have seen where he falls off and where he picks up, and yeah. And it's about 1,000 average item levels with a golden flute. And hundreds of average item levels on the people supporting him. Until then, he's an average at best. And I've run Karlach. I've seen Karlach just absolutely destroy things on 2 new accounts now. And I've seen her hold her own in the late game on my main account. So I know she's solid. She just doesn't scale like with item levels the way other champions do. She just gets her power from her rage. It scales truly with her ultimate. And items can help that, but they fall off. Like putting tons of item levels on her kind of falls off. The only thing you're putting tons of item levels on her for is to boost her health item, really, to try to make her survive longer. That's it. After a certain point. But all of that is kind of a function of what kind of abilities are on that champion. So if a champion doesn't have a multiplicatively stacking ability with pre-stack multipliers off of an item, then they're hitting their potential with low item level. They're going to be, you can put 50, 100 item, you can put like 100 item levels on them. And you're going to get, they'll get more if you put some more on, but not, it's not going to go wild. Whereas if they are multiplicatively stacking with a pre-stack multiplier, like 100's good, 1,000, they really come online. And they keep scaling after that. That's why those are like late game scaling champions. They have pre-stack, if they have what I call a mathematically overpowered ability. So it's a multiplicatively stacking ability with an item that boosts the pre-stack multipliers. Item or feats, but the item is the big one. And that I do call those out on all the champion guides. Your account would have what? 4 tadpoles total? Shadowheart. Halsin wouldn't help the Dark Urge because Halsin's good and the Dark Urge is evil. Unless we switch him to good. Yeah, I mean, we can switch the Dark Urge to good. So Halsin, Shadowheart, the Dark Urge. There's a feat for Volo. I don't have it. Gale. Oh, and we'll have Astarion. So yeah, we'll have an okay number of tadpoles on my account. But I was talking about like new players. If a new player's starting, they're not necessarily gonna have a ton of tadpoles. Is it a spec for Volo? I thought it was a feat for Volo. Yeah, it's a feat. He has a buff based off tadpoles, based on the party, but he's not giving a tadpole. So it's a feat that does a tadpole. I won't have it. Yeah. Cash feat. Cash feat. Need to go 50 more areas. This is where I'm like, there's only 10 minutes left of this. I'm gonna do. I've been throwing some of these in. So 200 areas seems like 3 of these plus 3 of these, but where you use the 3 of these matters to be efficient with my potions. It doesn't help that Manshoon's like invulnerable until the dragon breathes on him. There we go. But slows the boss down on the area 50 boss down every time. Did I save? Oh, I didn't save over here. We'll be right back after these messages. Boom. Boom. Is she in any of these other ones? Not in this one. She is in this one though. Okay. Save it over here too. Nope, that was not it. This one. Oh, that's not. I don't even have them in. I don't want to hit that save button. Okay. Oh. Would have guessed that the hack would have one of the highest buffs in the game. Canonically, it doesn't make any sense. Canonically, he is useless. So. Canonically, he's a bumbling idiot. Wizards. Isn't Wizards 3 favor one of these? Is it Turn of Fortune's Wheel that's Wizard 3? No, it's Vecna that's Wizards 3, isn't it? Working on the Rosie variants, and she's doing E360 Bud in Area 40. I think she's going to synergize with my pushing party pretty well. Let's just call it some Meister's power leaking out. Like, Volo seems knowledgeable and has some great stories. Volo's a hack. Volo's a hack. Canonically a hack. Canonically a hack, and he makes his stories are all lies. Guides are garbage. The only thing he writes that's halfway decent is the what are they called? Chat books. That's actually how Vola makes his living. And it's the only thing that's successful for him is he writes chat books under a pseudonym. Chat books are basically smut fiction under a pseudonym, and that's what actually makes him money. That's all he's successful at. Yeah. I was playing a game with Ed Greenwood at a con last year, and Vola was the quest giver. It was a very silly time, I bet. Smut books came up often. I bet. That's, yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. I gotta blow my nose again. All right. Clicking on the wrong buttons. All the wrong buttons. There we go. Finally have a team that consistently lets me push past 1,000 feels really good. Yeah, I mean, that's always a big milestone for people. First time you clear 1,000 and then can just do it consistently. I'm still a lightweight. I mean, I don't know that that's a lightweight. I think there are people that consider that pointless, but I think the majority of the people in the game probably still consider that a big goal, like a solid achievement. I wish I could go to conventions so I can meet Ed Greenwood. I'd love to play a game with Ed Greenwood. Closest I came is Dungeon Scrawlers once was doing a stream where they were doing like they were letting people from the chat come in and role play characters. It was like an interview for a job, and Ed was on earlier, and then I came in later and played Gar. He played Elminster, and I came in later and played Garwar. It's the closest we've ever got. That, and of course, being in chat and helping to write Elminster's song with Ed and Jason and Dylan. All right, 7 areas. We'll be out of here. I'm gonna need more potions. I'm running out right now. Okay. I guess I didn't need to make smalls, but we may use a bunch of them. Oh, we are almost at 25. There's our 2,500 gems. We did get to 2,500, and we're going to get 400 when we leave. Means I'm going to start buying some chests. Because we're still like 2 adventures away from being done here. Well, not being done here, but getting Vajra unlocked. That's the done here. Not distribute the way I would have liked. Trying to get her up to 150 basically right now. We don't really have any other champions to boost. I want to boost the gem earner first, like the gem booster first, and then we want to boost the speed champion. Ishi's boosting herself. Until we get other speed champions in that need item support, we're just focusing on the ones that scale well with items. Speaking of, how is she looking? 2 cards. That seems... No, that's what we wanted. Getting to 2 cards at 100% was a goal. Ultimately, we want 1 card to be 100%, but we're at 2 now. That's good, because we were in the like 80s, like with 2 before. So this is progress. That means we just need to make sure we're getting at least 2 cards every run, and that means we're always earning double gems. Die, Manchun, die! Ultimate's going off. Take him out. There's our goal. So, next up, Champions of Waterdeep. Another 200 areas. Another 200 areas. All right. So straight into... We need 4. Did we use 4 or did we use 3? I think we used 3. I'm just going to throw 3 down right from the beginning. You get 1 gem equals 100%. Well, 5 gem cards give 500%? Yes, that's the point. The cap on the gem boost is 100% per card. That's what we want to hit. And at that point, you know, nothing else is going to boost it over 100% per card. So we want to get it to 100% per card, even if there's feats or whatever involved. We just want to get to 100% per card. to start. She still scales off that item. This is her slot 2 item. She still scales off it for gold find and for pushing power. But really the first thing we want to target is the gem gain. Then we'll stop putting item levels into her on this account if we get that far. I think we might. We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. But we would stop trying to push her power at that point. We would focus on more on other champions at that point. It's only until later on, like I feel like it's only until like late game where you're then worried about scaling all your gold find items super high. Hey, Nathlas. All right, so 29.28. I'm going to go ahead and buy a single gold chest. We haven't been opening a lot of them. Didn't get anything I wanted. That's okay. That's okay. But we're one closer to Vajra. Vajra Safa. The Black Staff of Waterdeep. So we're now at 13. So Champions of Waterdeep is going to be 14. I think it then sends us back down here to do 15. We'll see if I remember that correctly. Got a lot of penance. So for the event, sitting on 50, basically 57,000 of the event tokens. I'm not going to spend those until I've done the variants that I want to do for the champions, for all the event champions, and then I will kind of try to balance their gear and item level with the spend of tokens to try to give me kind of equally useful champions. That's the goal. Get her jump into cap. Would you keep the feat the celestial suit? Celestial suite. Yes. Because the deck of many things feat boosts also the gold find and her pushing power. That's what I said. The deck of many things items, slot 2, is a triple dip. It gives you pushing power, it gives you gold find, and it gives you gems. It just depends on what cards get drawn. So you want the gems for the gem pushing, you want the gold find for the gold farming, and you want the pushing for the for deep pushing, right? And you can shuffle her hand in that for those. So it's still useful after that, even if you go over. But this could get you to the cap faster, which is why people usually want it for. It just then after that you could still go over because you could still be trying to go, I want more gold off of her, which I don't think is something you really worry about until the late game again. But yeah, to optimize the gems, you want the gem card, you want Asteria's Love, you want Celestial Suite if you're not at the cap just with item levels, and that's just those three. Yeah, those three. So yeah, I wish they had given us an 80% deck of many things. Then you'd also want that. That would also be helpful if you don't have the item investment. I feel like it's not going to be a lot of an item level investment to get her to cap, but we'll see. I mean, this is on track to make it like 300, maybe 250, 300. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we're gonna shoot for it. We're gonna try to find out. We've got the golden epic, so we may as well try to figure out what the cap is at golden epic. But currently she would always be in a dirty gold farm team. So you always also want to keep her moon card, as buffed as possible. What's one moon card right now? 430%, right? But that's going to scale forever. There's no cap on how much the gold find boost per card is. In the same way, there's no cap on how much the power boost per night card is. What are we doing? Reagents. I feel like she picks up reagents lower than Diana picks up electrums, but I don't know. Feels like getting her to her cap is taking forever. We're like a third of the, we're less than a third of the way there, but Diana is like just shredding. 133 out of 191. Those are multiplicative? Yeah. I think. Hold on. Are they? The gem cards are just 100% per additively. Let me double check, actually. I know the gems are additive. Are the others multiplicative? Most duplicate card effects stack multiplicatively. The gems stacks additively. But the others should be multiplicative. They don't tell us specifically, but you can tell once you get multiple, you can look at the base numbers versus the multiplied numbers and see. Fix it. I don't understand this question. Mert Undead, question mark. I don't. Happy to try to help you with what you're trying to figure out, but that isn't enough of a question for me to have any clue what you're talking about. We need more context. Effects that work on the top or bottom, not a row. We only have columns. We don't really have rows, but top or bottom of a column is usually how it's defined. Is it all the outermost slots that count? It should be, yes. Or really just the very top or bottom in the given formation. But no, like it's like bottom is Hitch, Diana, Ishii, and Eliwick right now. Top is Naeli, Brunor, Calliope, and Ashara. Now, if this were a single tank front line, it could be both. It would be both top, bottom, and front. And if it were a single tank backline or a single champion backline, it would be both top, back, and bottom. Right. I have a quest to kill undead from Mert. Which levels have undead? Oh, I usually just go to Terror in the Dark in Sword Coast. It's like in the first adventure node. It's like 3 or 4 down or something. Mino, how do you get time gate pieces? You get one looted off a boss every 5 days, roughly. You can get a global blessing from Tomb of Annihilation that gives you a second one off bosses every 5 days. Then you can get one from each patron in their shop every week. That's it. I mean, there's some that sometimes get bundled into cash offers, but I'm talking about in game. Oh, we also have a meta event that starts tomorrow. It might include free time gate pieces for people. Oftentimes they do. I've avoided leveling Eliwick past the gem cap to avoid the gold breaking my Briv farm. Trying gets enough gold for me in that season, she could go higher than she. Oh. Yeah, if she's at like, I think for me, if she has 4 cards, I think it was like 4 cards is better than I don't know, the number of cards. There's a certain number of cards that are better than Astarion, but it just depends. It's going to be individual accounts. So I like to have Astarion in his pushing formation or in his pushing spec to help me push deeper, and then I use Eliwick for the gold find, so that I can have her in a dirty gold farm setup, while Astarion's in my pushing setup. Vecna lives Ravenous. I mean, I guess they might have that unlocked, but everybody pretty much has Terror in the Dark unlocked. There's no reason not to just use Terror in the Dark. Warden fit in well with any particular formation. Evil usually is where people use him. Yeah. That its Spectre damage shows up on the Bud readout. Correct, it's debuffs. Yeah. Yeah, you got to put him in. You got to get him lots of specters on a target that they're hitting, and then you'll see how effective he is for you. But usually people are using him in evil groups, like meta groups, but he can work in anything. I mean, he's going to be a support debuffer for anybody. He has a DP. He could be DPS, but I don't know people. I don't know that many people that use him for DPS anymore. He's mostly a support debuffer. But he doesn't really care. It's just usually you see him in evil because there's DPS champions that care about evil, and he's evil. But he doesn't care. He'll support anybody. How to count columns? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the up and down rows. Those are the columns. Is there a way to track how long my last piece? Not in game, no. There's some out-of-game websites that do it if you upload your game data, but that's a personal choice. Start with 0 or 1, and is it vertical or horizontal? Again, columns are vertical. Rows are horizontal, but rows aren't really a thing this game tracks. It just cares about columns, so it's these up and down. And does it start with 0 or 1? I mean, I don't know the game. I don't know what the game does. But for me, this is column 1. This is the front column. This is the second column. This is the third column, and this is the back column. That's how I track it. I don't know how the game tracks it. The game tracks like which slot champions are in, and I think it starts with a 0, but I can't remember if it starts at the top or the bottom or what. I don't really care. I don't know that it matters for anything. There might be a variant or two out there that references a column, like a champion slot in a formation, but you also know once you start it, so yeah. But if they're referencing a specific position in a formation, like with a number, just fire it up and look and see where it put them. Yeah, a single slot spot could stack a top and a bottom effect at the same time. A top and a bottom at the front, if it's at the front, yes. It's rare that happens in a way that matters currently. True Pack, I unlocked Trials of Tiamat the other week. Nice. At Heroic yesterday, the limiting factor that forges the number of epics on the pushing group. Correct. Not scales. Am I doing something wrong? No. So you put the because you're still brand new at it. So you put them on your pushing group, on the epics on your pushing group. And then what you do if you want more power right now, if you don't have more epics yet, is you then level up the effect. Because that's where the power from legendaries actually comes from. It isn't just from making a card legendary. It's a small bonus. But every time you level up the effect, the bonus doubles. So it just multiplies. It doubles up, doubles up, doubles up, doubles up every time. So if it's like 100%, then it goes to 200%, and then it goes to 400%, and then it goes to 800%, and then it goes to 1600%. So leveling up to like level 5 is a good target. When you're starting off, it should get you, most, if not all, of trials done, like trial tiers done, just with level 5s on your pushing group. But you'll also need to be working on, you know, as you can get more epics, then you add the legendaries to those new epics and etc. So it's about upgrading. Don't reforge. You know, only forge new ones or upgrade. Stay away from reforging when you're starting. J-Dog says slot numbers start with 0 and it's the topmost, then works backwards. So it would go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There should be very few places in the game that even reference that anymore, and I don't know how much it really matters. They never should have referenced those numbers. What I'm saying. Because it confused people. Looking at what champion to unlock an event. Caddy, Bree, Mary, and Spurt. Well, those are all good choices. Get to split the party too faster. I'm leaning towards Caddy, but could usually put. I mean, they're all good choices. If you need all of those bench seats, go for it. For me, it worked out that Caddy Bree was. I need Caddy Bree and I need Miria. So next week I'm getting Miria. So yeah. One thing you can look at, like, I don't know if you're on Judas. What platform do you play on? Are you on like Steam, Epic, Xbox, PlayStation? See, any client doesn't count. Playing on Steam. Okay, all right. So the Epic giveaway isn't going to help you. So yeah, any of those three is fine. You can also look at like who's going to be arriving that you know for sure in the next event. So just in case you can't get it before then, you'll know that in May with the Great Modra March, you'll be able to finish it. And there is let's see, so we were talking what, 3, 7, and 12. Let me see. Brahma's in 3, right? Oh no, that's not guaranteed. Hold on. 3, 7, and 12. Mehen is in 3, right? Yes. So Mehen is arriving in the next event in 3. So you could, remove Spurt from that list if you were willing. If you're okay. You can only get like 2 this event, and you got to wait. That's actually probably the best. Yeah, it would be Spurt. You'd leave off. So Caddy, Bree, or Miria. Yeah, based off what I'm looking at here. Because we don't know where the new champion will fall. So lean towards Caddy, Bree, and Miria. Like maybe Caddy, Bree this week, Miria next week, or vice versa. Yeah, I mean, because you can get one today, right? Like I got Caddy, Bree, and next week I'm going to get Miria in this one. If I were supporting the game, I could pick up somebody else here, but I don't think I would actually help my account any. Oh, if I throw in cash at a boon, I could have gotten a Lindra, which would have helped me. But I have to wait. I either have to get a good time gate, like a natural time gate, or earn enough time gate pieces to do a manual time gate. I need a seat 1 champion, and the earliest that's guaranteed is next event for me. I think I'm doing something wrong when Beetle is my bud setter. Probably. It's just a formation layout issue, it sounds like. Also, not everybody wants to play 2 versions of a game at the same time for comparison purposes, to be clear. We're going to get another 400 off of this, so I'm going to go ahead and buy another gold chest. chasing. This is the pity timer. Where did it go? Hero. God dang it. God dang it, you guys. All right, but hey, that lets us increment the counter down to 70. We're probably going to get down to like 70, and then we're going to unlock Alcoria, and then it jumps back up to 76 again, and it's like, oh well. This is the part of the game where we keep moving the goalpost. Every time we unlock a new evergreen, the Corvergreen epics needed goes up by 6. It's a little painful, but it's a long-term goal. This is one of the long-term goals. You got to get used to it. Man, Shevik's still here. Shevik, Hag Hauer, is that how you pronounce it? Hauer made a Monaco chronograph. A Monaco Formula One chronograph, now that they're the sponsor of Formula One. $183,000 for a watch. Why? I don't understand. I mean, if I had $183,000, I wouldn't have $183,000 because I'd be paying off my student loans, and the car. Like, it'd just kind of be going real fast. But some people spend it on a watch. Like, can I respec this life into one that has a higher gold find? At least the next Evergreen champion after Alcoria is way further out. Oh, there's a lot more to do between between Alcoria and Rhea, right? So we'll race through Avernus and unlock Trials and Zariel at the same time. We're also going to have to take a pause and unlock the qualifiers for Strahd. And back in Sword Coast, we'll dip back into Sword Coast. We'll have to do a deep favor run there, and then do Strahd stuff, and then we'll hop to the Avernus. We'll go to Hell, and then even after we unlock that, like you go through on the way to Rhea, you do the variants for that are the efficient patron variants, and the second you have them all unlocked, then you stop and you just do your mini patron grind, and then you go finish, and then you go unlock Rhea. Yeah, there's a lot going on before we get to Rhea. No, you guys, because it's Crux? No, wait, Xeraphon? No, you're skipping Rhea. Rhea's literally in the next campaign. So we don't skip campaigns. That's creating more headaches for yourself than is worth it. You're stuck on Rhea's? So the key to Rhea's so if we think about Evergreen unlocks as teachable moments, Dritz is there to teach you that, when you're down a champion slot, you've got to make up for that power with make up for that loss with the power on the other champions. Then you get to Tomb of Annihilation, and Azaka teaches you that that it's not about one-shotting bosses. You have to be able to shred through armor and hit base stuff quickly as well. And then Dragon Bait then teaches you need to be able to survive. You need to have damage and shred through armor and be survivable all at the same time, right? And then Olcoria teaches you, on top of those things, she's also like, oh, here's how to build out a restricted formation. Oh, can I break? I will pause this. Because there's layers. There's layers to this cake. Oh, we got the big stretch. All right, Bezix, thanks for stopping by. Back, we're going to take this ad break for me to blow my nose again. Okay. Let me get the camera back on. Okay, so we're talking about the evergreen cake. Or parfait, whatever. So the first step is Dritz teaches you how to overcome escorts. That sounds phrasing. How to overcome variants that have you escort an NPC. Then Azaka comes in to teach you how to shred through segmented health. Then Dragon Bait comes in. You got to remember all these lessons because they add on top of each other. And then Dragon Bait comes in and teaches you tries to teach you that you need to be, while damage is nice, you also need to be survivable while shredding through segmented health. And then Olcoria comes in and goes, oh, you haven't been restricted out by like base attack type yet, have you? And does, because you only get to use magic base attack champions plus a few extras from their core group while shredding through segmented health. Right? And then Rhea comes in and goes, hey, remember all that stuff you learned about survivability and putting tanks up front, but sometimes not, and blah. Hey, I just need you to do a lot of damage while shredding through health. And if you do it right, you don't need any tanks. So it's this one case where she's like, I'm going to be an outlier and I'm going to come in and teach you that, you know what? You don't tank here, because some of the NPCs the enemies that get spawned, if they hit your front line, they turn off all the abilities on the champion that they run into. So the tanks, tanking capabilities, go away completely. Ramping bonuses, they go away completely. So you just need you build a formation with champions that have their damage bonuses just on and don't need to ramp up by being attacked, because if they get attacked, it turns off. So it's a really unique situation. I think when I do it, I usually end up, if I have a tank at all, it's Dragon Bait, and that's only because Dragon Bait has a solid buff that doesn't require him to get hit to apply. But everybody else, like Briv doesn't work there because he needs to get hit. Right? So yeah. So Rhea is a little, you gotta figure out what the lesson is they're trying to teach you and adjust to it each time. How do I get speed of victory up for 60 seconds? Gigantus, I need to know what that is. What is speed of victory? Once I know, there's 148 champions in this game. They all have lots of abilities. I don't remember the names of them all. That if this is a champion ability, I need to know what it is and I can go from there. What did I major in? I started to major in marine science, and after 3 years, I switched to psychology. So I have a degree in psychology. Haviland, I have a question for you. Out of Metallica, Pantera, and Megadeth, what is your favorite band and why isn't it Pantera? Out of those three specific bands, it would be Metallica. And why isn't it Pantera? Because I don't know that I've listened to a lot of Pantera or Megadeth, but I have been to them. I have listened to a decent amount of Metallica and been to one of their laser light shows. That's why. Still can't beat the final Avernus variant? Yeah. I mean, look, the final Avernus adventure is rough on its own, and the variants just get harder. Stupid, sexy Tiamat. Yeah, exactly. I added the sexy part because that was kind of an understood. I think you didn't need to type it, but when it gets said out loud, it gets added. Wait, how many? Now I've forgotten how many we have. We're on 13. This is we've got 13 done. This is going to be 14. We'll start 15. We'll finish it tomorrow. Well, I'll finish it tonight, but I mean tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start off by unlocking Vajra and getting her first patron variant done so that we can buy a time gate piece. That will put us at 6. So we will then again we're pausing a lot of progress because we're getting a lot of triggers. That will put us at 6. So we will do a manual time gate for Shandy, because getting Shandy will help us do everything else faster. This is a good plan. This is a good plan. This is a good plan. I don't know, like stopping buying gold chests for a while, as much as it pained me, we got this feat with the speed feat for Diana, and that made everything better. Shandy coming in is gonna make everything better. I'll be using, the more speed champions we get, like the more good speed effects that we get, the fewer speed potions we have to use to get through content of the same area goal, and the faster we earn gems. It's just a big win. The big mug of root beer. Yeah, that's what we even got an emote for it. We got the root beer. We got the pizza. We got the root beer. We got the pizza. Technically, this is. We also have ketchup, but that's for when I'm getting behind in chat and I have to catch up. That's literally why that emote exists. Or when I have to catch up in chat. We've got emotes for that. Would you recommend getting Rosie as she's reworked and I can get her new feat? Also, the dark art simply for the black pigment. The DPS pigment, because I believe he's the only one to get one and he's here now and not wait another. I mean, we don't know who else has the DPS pigments. They've introduced DPS pigments in other ways. He has at least one there. I don't know if it's one or if it's three. Um, do I recommend flexing champions just for those things? I don't know. Not usually. I mean, you're talking about tier 4 completions. So if you just want to chase permanent unlocks, that's totally fine. That's fine. I don't know if there's someone that would be better for you because you're getting two DPS options instead of like I don't know if there's supports that would help you progress and stuff. I don't know. Or if those DPS are going to help you with patrons. I don't know. There's no champion referenced? What is it? What is it? Speed of victory. It's an achievement. Okay, hold on. But it's about a champion. It's a champion ability. So speed of victory? Is this a translation issue? Is it tempo of victory for birdsong? Do you have birdsong, Gigantus? This could be a translation issue. I think it's tempo of victory. I think that's what it is. So, give me a second. Oh, those are all. That's not helpful. Hold on. Let me find my guide to birdsong. That'll be helpful. I was trying to just. I was right next to the wiki. I tried to go there. That did not work. No, that's not it either. That's not it. Because birdsong's achievement is perfect pitch. It's not. It's about starting area with 10 tracks of crescendo. Does somebody know what speed of victory is referencing? Is there another name? Yeah, I'm not getting it either. Hold on. I don't think that exists anymore. This is the problem. I think that's her old achievement, and I don't think it exists anymore. She used to have a thing called Tempo of Victory, and I think it's gone now. That used to be the birdsong achievement. Double checking. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here anymore. Yeah, Tempo of Victory is an old birdsong ability. It doesn't exist anymore, and that achievement shouldn't exist anymore. So I'm curious where you're seeing it. This is why I was so confused. Like, first off, the original English is Speed of Victory or Tempo of Victory, But you're seeing it as speed of victory, which seems to be like a translation error. But but that's not even in the game anymore. So I'm really curious where you're finding it, because that's got to be fixed. Trying to choose between Strix and Tatiana. The considerations. Tatiana for pushing is really only for Black Dice Society formations. And her speed is only for speeding up kill stacking, like kill counts and stuff. It doesn't speed you any other really way. Most of the time. There's an edge case, but Strix is a debuffer or a DPS, but best used with either Akink or Waffle Crew members. Like, if she doesn't have her debuffs extending across the screen, she isn't great. So there's your consideration. Tatiana's going to probably, since you already have a lot of animals, Tatiana probably scales better at animals. You're not getting a lot in an event, though. So after that, you'd look at their buffs, like, and if you're even going to be using them. I'd marked it once as a quest. Okay, then you had marked it as a quest before they reworked Birdsong, which that was a long time ago. Yeah, so it's not even in the game anymore. Not even in the game anymore. Yeah, well, sometimes when they rework a champion, they have to change the achievement because the trigger for the achievement doesn't exist anymore, and that happened with Birdsong. So it'll be under a legacy achievement. If you had done it a long time ago, it'll show up in legacy, but it doesn't award you any credit for anything anymore. The new one would. There we go. Boom. Oh, it doesn't take us down. Once more into the breach. Okay, cool. And that's Alcoria. That picture that they gave us for Once More into the Breach is a picture of Alcoria. The gargoyle of Waterdeep. Yeah, Tatiana's, from what I refer to as the older balancing decisions time. Dustin says they didn't change the way they balance champions, but I don't know how you can say that and honestly believe it. Like, something clearly changed in a big way. I don't know, and I don't know why they would not want to admit that, but whatever. But yeah, she comes from a different time of balance when everybody was trying to just be average. She was average. Okay. 3 of these. And again, 3 of those. Just 2. No, we're going to 225. We might need more. I might need more. But I can buy another gold chest. Probably buy 2. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna buy 1. But we looted 1, so I have 2. Oh, we got an epic. We beat the curve. Hey. And then a huge potion of heroism. Okay. Didn't care so much about that. How's our Modron core doing? About 5,000 out of 12. So we're getting close to halfway to the level 3. Level 3 is going to unlock this area down here. So we just unlocked some room up here with 2, and 3 is going to unlock down here. And this will be the first time where, if I end up having the right pipe, so maybe we can play around with this right now. I end up having the right pipes, that I might be able to build a buff box. Usually I want this open, but we can try it with this open now. So let's clear. Clear! We would go like this. This one would go here because of its directionality. Ideally, we're going to drop this here. Ooh. Well, let's not get too fancy. Let's not get too fancy. There's some fanciness that can happen here. Do I even have what I need? This one. Yes. We likes the precious. We kind of have to. There, if I had the right cross piece. Put something here, but I can't. So this is going to be a down. That could use a bigger one, but we'll worry about that later. Do I have the T? I don't have the right T. Dang it. So I have T's. I have T's that are facing the wrong way. So I can't do what I want to do. Dang it. Oh, wait. No, I got one right here. It's not directed. So it's not going to work. Yeah. Dang it. I need a directed T that is in this shape, but with the arrows in here and down here. So I can't even build this buff box out. Okay. Well, now I know. And knowing's half the battle. That was me attempting to play the pipe game. I just don't have the pipe. I don't have the pipes for it yet. So that's another reason why I'd love to get, because the only other way to get Mojang component chests is to buy one a week from your patrons. That's why I'd like to get the favor here before, and if we could get it tomorrow, that'd be great. So I could at least buy one of these chests, ideally to get it for Mert and Vajra, so I could get two. Because you want to, those are your priority purchases from the patrons, is time gate pieces, Mojang component chests. That's really all you should be spending your patron currency on early on. Because you shouldn't be spending a lot of time on patrons early on. As you notice, I'm trying not to spend any time on patrons. I've done 2 patron variants. That was what we needed at the time to qualify, to get the influence we needed for this time gate piece. I think I'm going to have to do 2 more to qualify for this. We might, but that means we might only have to do 2 for Vajra instead of the 4 we needed here. So we're going to try to be as efficient as possible. We're going to try. I guess maybe tomorrow we find out if we can be. I don't know. But then we only want to earn, we want to earn currency just passively from these challenges in our overnight farm with the Mojang core with just Ishii. We could try to aim for, well, we don't want to do one with a bud setter, but we could try to maybe aim for adding in some other champions since I've got more familiars. But basically, we just passively get this stuff for free. The Mert's already got a bunch. If I throw Ishii, I will throw Ishii and Mert tonight. I'm going to throw her in Terror in the Dark instead of Mad Wizard, so she'll get the undead from there. Maybe I'll try to add in Celeste, Minsk, and Tyrol. And then we'll get another 1450 currency out of that. Sounds like a good idea. But going forward, I'll have to alternate between Mert and Vajra on where we set her. starting to use Karlach as DPS. She's oddly strong. Well, why is it oddly strong? I can see she gets extra power for complete Zerial stuff. Is that power from that worth it, or is it minimal? It can be a good chunk of power, but it's not something you necessarily have to chase right away. Yeah. You don't have to chase it for her to be strong, but it does make her stronger as you go along. I consider it just she scales as you complete content. Does not necessarily have to be like, go grind it or she's worthless or something. Because like I said, I mean, even right now, Karlach's beefy just with these. Just with greens and level 2s. Tomorrow she's going to explode on this account with 32 platinum chests from the giveaway. Yeah, if you're grinding all the patrons, if you're grinding the patrons and you're trying to use Karlach as your DPS for it, you could attempt to do Zerial's first. Now, she is the higher level of the initial 4 patrons. But you could do as much as you could with her first. And then go absolutely Shrek the rest with Karlach if she qualifies, right? So you could lean into that. That's what on my main account, the first thing I'm going to do once my Briv hits 9 jump, when I start playing it actively again on stream, I'll be trying to 100% the patrons, and I'll start with Zerial because Karlach is my main. But I also I'm like 300 something through already, just from before Karlach ever entered the game. So, oh, she only had 1 gem card. Let's fix that. Yeah, there you go. E15 from 275 variants. It can add up, but that doesn't mean you have to chase it immediately. But if you're doing it anyway, then yeah, lean into those. Good damage. Well, the only ones that have an ending are Tomb of Annihilation, Waterdeep Dragon Heist, Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, and Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. I think those are our 4 complete campaigns so far. Yeah. Witchlight isn't done yet, but should finish this year. Sword Coast will never finish, so you know, I don't know that you necessarily have to hold off on that. But Witchlight and Down are incomplete. Witchlight should finish this year. Sword Coast will never finish. They will always potentially be adding on content. They haven't in a very long time though, so I feel like you're safe to do it right now. Because they haven't. Oh man, I can't. I think the last time they added new adventures to that was in the Vecna story arc, and that was a while back. They added like the 2 missing variants more recently, but yeah. So for right now, Sword Coast is kind of done because they haven't added anything new. Tomb is 100% done. Dragon Heist, Waterdeep Dragon Heist, 100% done. Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, 100% done. They just capped off Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden this year. I think they could, if they're working at it, they could finish Wild Beyond the Witchlight later this year. Next year would be Light of Xerxes. The year after that would be Turn of Fortune's Wheel. The year after that would be Vecna. But then they'll be adding new events every year. Like we'll have a new event later this year that'll be under Vecna. In fact, let's go look. Because we actually can know. Wait, can we? Yeah. So if we look at the D&D books that have been announced at 2025, Dragon Delves is coming out, but this is just short adventures. That's not going to be the campaign. There's an Eberron Forge of the Artificer book. Maybe that's are we going to Eberron this year? The book will include new backgrounds and expanded rules for airship travel and combat. Makes significant changes to both lore and rules, including removing species requirements for dragon marked houses and updating the core of our elf species. It will also feature a new artificer class and include 3 adventures that can be reworked to create a complete campaign. Is that the campaign book? It might be. There's a D&D starter set. That's not going to be it. I mean, I don't know. See, something like that. Heroes of the Borderland. That could be a cool story arc for Sword Coast. Could be. Then there's a Forgotten Realms Player's Guide, but that's... sounds just more like... Well, there's also a Forgotten Realms Adventure Guide. But I don't know if that's just an adventure book. It feels more like an adventure book. Designed solely for Dungeon Masters, the new source book goes beyond the familiar and oft-explored Silver Crest region to focus on 5 key settings in Faerun. Baldur's Gate. I thought you said beyond the familiar and oft-explored. Kalimshan, that one's, yeah. The Dale Lands, sure. The Moonshade Isles and Icewind Dale, yeah. Love it. I don't know if it's going to be a Forgotten Realms. That would seem odd. I feel like maybe the campaign book's going to be Eberron. I think the campaign's going to be Eberron. That would make a lot of sense with the way things have been going. Like we went into space and then we started hopping the planes and then go to Eberron. Like that seems. Plus, considering that has a new class, like a new artificer class, straight up, there's your new Evergreen, right? All right, we're back. So Ravenous was asking, any guesses from D&D World of what the new campaign could be, or is it something you can't talk about? Well, nobody's told me, so I can be hypothetical as much as I want. Monastic says no campaign book this year, but again, like I was saying in the outbreak, I think that Eberron book probably looks like the best option for a campaign. I think with the fact that we went to space and then we went and then we went and did planes hopping and then to end up on Eberron would be cool. And there's a new artificer class in that book, which screams your next Evergreen, right? So I would lean, my hypotheticals would lean towards Eberron as the next campaign. Storm King's Thunder is missing. That's because Storm King's Thunder as a campaign book came out before this game did. So what they did is they started the game, and the only campaign available was Grand Tour of the Sword Coast. And then the Tomb of Annihilation campaign book dropped, and they added that as a campaign to the game. So they've added, every year they add a new campaign, and it's whatever the campaign book is. They don't go back and add campaigns for older stuff. Now, what they do is they add stuff into Sword Coast. That's why Sword Coast is considered a permanent campaign, like a never-ending, because they can always go in and tie stuff in there. Which is like that Forgotten Realms Adventure Guide looks like that could be fun. Or even that starter thing could be fun as new paths for us to explore in Sword Coast. But I don't know that we'll ever get old campaigns that came out before the game started. When do we get the retirement musings of Chris Perkins? I'm still sad. Still sad about that. But yeah, the Sword Coast doesn't even have to just be about the Sword Coast because look, oh, you can't tell here. But, you know, we're going to go up here and we're going to be able to go to Barovia. And Barovia isn't on the Sword Coast. Barovia is kind of everywhere, right? But we can go to Barovia. Then we go into the Underdark up here. And there's another little, you know, there's a way to switch over to that. Going up to Icewind Dale, like up here, would be super cool. Buy another map thing down here. Like, sure, bring it. There's lots of stuff. Yeah, Out of the Abyss was added to the Sword Coast. Yeah, but they've done a couple different modules in the Sword Coast line. Just some of them are older. That was their kind of throwback nods to older stuff. But then it got announced this week. Well, I saw the announcement this week that Salvatore's doing a new book series, and it's based on Drizzt and Catti-brie's daughter, now grown up. So they're jumping forward in time, and she's going to be a grown-up now, or at least a teenager. Who knows? It's called Sword of Twilight. Oh, hold on, I put the Finest Edge of Twilight. So it's a book series based around her. So like, give me Catti-brie and Drizzt's daughter in the game. We need Breezy. Give me Breezy in the game. You know, that'd be cool. And then if you bring in Breezy, bring in Grandpa. Bring in Drizzt's dad. Come on. Come on. The whole family. Well, no, not the whole family. We don't need the matriarch in the game. Bring in the Doordens. Do you have a thing for a vampire and a werewolf? Well, Pwent was a vampire. Anyone a werewolf in the Forgotten? No. Nothing in the Drizzt series has a werewolf that I remember. But Pwent was a vampire. Based on Salvatore's comments, there's some heavy Jarlaxle influence on her. Good. I mean, Jarlaxle becomes a very positive influence on people in the books, so that's totally fine. I'm looking forward to it. I have all of the Drizzt books over there, so that's just more I got to add to the shelf. Actually, looking at it, I'm going to have to rearrange that shelf because it's out of space. How much are we getting? I'm getting $450 off of this one. We're already at $27.61, so I can buy another gold chest. I just want to be at 2,500 when we end. I don't want to miss it. Nothing. We can burn 5 of these. Yeah, nothing. The Harples? Some were oh, that's true. Some were werewolves. There was at least one that was a werewolf. Hold on. That is true. Bitterdew. Yeah, Bitterdew Harple was transformed into a werewolf by a spell that went wrong. He is the werewolf leader in game at a certain point. Brightly into darkness. Yeah. So it's the Bright Swords. It's in the Bright Swords event stuff. Do we still have Bright Swords in the game? Oh no. Oh no. Nope, it's retired, so he's gone. Dang it. Yeah, Bright Swords is... Well, technically, any of the champions that arrived originally in Bright Swords, you'll still be able to see him in their adventures. So that's like Wolfgar. Hold on. Who we got? Who we got over here? Astarion, Daub, Corazon, Lazaps, Turiel, and Wolfgar. So all of their stuff will have Bitterdew, the werewolf, Bitterdew Harple, the werewolf leader, on area 20. So yeah, you could. So yeah, I guess technically, Breezy could know a vampire and a werewolf. Is he still alive? I mean, he's still. It's funny that they use him as an enemy in the game because he wasn't in the books. Yeah. Yeah. See, that Bitterdew's legacy was a number of werewolves that lived around the town of Longsaddle, unintentionally scaring the townsfolk, but in fact guarding the town. The werewolves were known as the Bitterdews. No one knows if they were descendants of him by blood or curse, but that's just what they got known by. But they were not evil, and yet the game threw them in as a bad thing. Great. But they actually protected the town. Forgot about Bitterdew. We've got 120 areas in about half the time, but we were using potions, so I'm going to burn the rest of these potions. Trying to build some actual buff boxes in my only finished motor and core that's hurting my brain. I mean, I wish I could demonstrate, but I don't really... Well, hold on. We can come back over here. I was trying to build a very complex buff box. So let's try to do an easier one. Can I do an easier one? Probably not. No. Ah! Can I do an easier one? No. So the concept of a buff box is you split with a big multiplier, right? So one flow goes in, but only point floor comes out, but it comes out of 3 places. Right? So you've gone up to 1.2. It's just been split up. Then you have to figure out how to recombine it. Let's try to... Can I do this the... it's not gonna... Can I do this the easy way? But probably not. If I just try this. I need an in. I just don't have it. I don't have the directionals for this. Because I would need a T here, like this, but I would need an in from the top and an in from the right and an out to the left, and I don't have one. In fact, I have the opposite. I have the in, but trying to go the other way. Which wouldn't work over here unless I had an in. And the in I have is also goes up, which doesn't work either. That would only work if we were coming up here to this health or to this con node, and we're not. So none of this is super. Can I do anything currently? I really don't know that I can. We need this for sure, and we need this for sure. Because we want to come over here and we want to light this up. So then can I combine this flow? That's the question. How? I don't have the pipes to combine this. So yeah, I can't even demonstrate. Can't even demonstrate. Because it's all about directionality. It's all about the directional arrows that are on these pieces. They need to be going in the right direction. I can't do anything right now. All I can do is just hook them up. I could try to, use a bigger multiplier of a pipe, but getting to 2 flow isn't. I can't get to 2 flow off. This one's the closest. 0.6. Do I have a multiplier to get this one? No, because that directionality is the wrong way. There's a 10%. 0.666. Hey, the flow of the beast. But I don't even have a straight down that's a multiplier, so... No. Not really. I can't do anything right now. The filter is great. But you got to understand, I guess, you kind of got to learn to use the filter. So you're looking for directed, you're checking this, and ideally epic, right? And filter by layout. So these are the 3 boxes you start with to try to get you the purples to start with, right? And then you undo whatever you don't need. Like, see, I got nothing in that direction. I got nothing in that direction. I got nothing in that direction. Like, and then there's corners, right? Or straights. If you don't have them there, then you look from here. Right? It just helps to get rid of all the options when you have a lot of stuff. But, when you don't have a lot of stuff, it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't need the filter right now, but on my main account, I need the filter. So many pipes. Keeps throwing loop error messages. So you're looping back into a pipe you already left, and you can't do that. You can't. So if I come out and I have a 3-way split, even if can I demonstrate this here? So this pipe, let me clear. This is the only one that I have that I can explain this with. This is a directed T. So if I were to, if I had been coming up first, let's say that, the input of this was coming from over here, and I was building from somewhere over here on the bottom right, up this way. And I had come in here, and then I came up, and I came around this corner, and I came around this corner, and then I had the right T to pick this up and go this way, which I don't. Let's say I did, and let's say this was all flowing to the right over here. Well, actually, it's probably... no, I don't have that T. I was like, wait, I do have that T, but I don't. It was like this or whatever. Let's say it was coming this way. And then I looped down here, and then I tried to let's say over here we were using this, and we were trying to go up this way. But let's say we looped out here, and then we looped here, and then we're like, I'm going to loop back in here, and it's going to boost this flow that's going up through here. Now you're in a feedback loop. Now you're in an infinite feedback loop, and you can't create those, right? Like if these arrows were both going to the right, I know this is perfect. Because you already came out of this and went somewhere. You can't come out of a pipe and then loop back into the same pipe. You just can't. When you feed into a pipe, you can feed into a pipe from up to 3 different sources depending on the directionality of the arrows. You can have a max of 3 input arrows with 1 out. The out needs to just move on with its life. It can't come back and loop into itself. That's a feedback loop that throws the red errors. Yeah. And a lot of people try to do that. Like they'll come out of this, they'll split, they'll try to loop around here, and they'll try to come in and feed back into something to go back into this or something, and it just all goes wrong. It all goes wrong because it's not supposed to do that. So think of it as like building too much pressure. Like, you want to think of it that way? Like you're basically blowing the pipe because you're blowing up the pipe. You're basically blowing up the pipe because you put too much pressure on it by looping into itself and creating a self-feedback loop. If I were on my main account, I could literally do this and show you exactly how it works. But the big problem is it just gives you flashing red lights and says, no, you suck, and doesn't actually tell you where the problem is. Right? You just kind of have to be able to know, oh, I looped into myself. That was bad. Yeah, there's another way to put it. No input can be downstream from its own output. So once you've come out of a pipe, you can't go back into it again. I have asked for pipes that function in different ways, like instead of like the way these are, it's a pipe that's literally connected. So the flow's coming in from 1, 2, or 3 directions, and then it's kind of being directed out into specific directions. If there's no directions, it comes in from wherever you pump it in and goes out all 3 of the other directions. Like you can't direct it at that point. If it's undirected, it's wherever you pushed it in, it's coming out all the other 3, like from a garden hose, right? But with a directed pipe, you got to think of it like with pumps. Like you're pumping it into a direction. They can come in from here, all being pumped out in a direction. Now, what I want is overlapping pipes. So I want a cross that isn't connected. I want a cross that basically curves like elbow macaroni kind of, and one goes under and one goes over, so that you're not mixing flow, but you've jumped over another flow that you went under before, like underpass and overpass. I want X's like that. And I also want an X that looks like this, where the elbow macaroni like comes in from the bottom and goes out for the side. Another one comes in from the bottom and goes out for the side, but those 2 pipes never touch. Like I want those kind of pipes added to the game. I think those would just, oh man, those would create so much more opportunity in the pipe game. But I think I feel like they're just like, no, the pipe game's fine. We don't need to change it. It's like using a microphone in front of a speaker that is amplifying the microphone. Yes. Yes. Hey, that's not how we do things. That's not how we do things. That's where you get that. It just gets louder, and it's like, no. Or say, had an option where you could upgrade purple 4s into whatever direction you want. That will never happen. Getting to choose your directionality will never happen. I suggested spending component pieces to re-roll directionality to still keep it random, and the reaction I got, it felt like they were just like, no, the pipe game's fine. Like I really don't think they're going to do anything about the pipe game. They haven't even added a new Modron core in a while, and we were getting one every 3 months with Seasons, and we haven't gotten a new one since Seasons went to live on a farm upstate. And that was what, a year ago? So, I mean, I feel like they're like, well, the pipe game's fine. Let's focus on other things, which, yeah, sure. there's a lot of other parts of the game that actually need more improvement, but yeah. But yeah, for now it's just you just keep opening. This is why I say you gotta get your well, like on my main account, I get 5 Modron chests a week. I open them. Most of the time I'm disappointed. I've gone a month disappointed before finally getting a directed cross piece, because that's at the top end of the game. What you're limited by are directed cross pieces. Early on, everything is any directed piece is a good directed piece because it's something that you might need at some point. Later on, it's just directed crosses. Doesn't ever give us a missing note. I don't know, because I never complained about it. I didn't think it was a big deal. Some people die on the wrong hills. Some people push and push and push and push on the wrong things. For things that aren't actually going to improve the game. Did it actually make the core worse? Oh, that's wonderful. That's a good lesson. If that's true, that's a wonderful lesson. Early on, it's like, just please give me more T's so I can connect more nodes. Exactly. And then like what I'm limited right now is just directed T's. I need more directed T's. I don't even need the cross pieces. I can build many buff boxes with the correct directed T's. Getting the right directed crosses are for supercharging, really. I'll take them when I get them, but really that's for late game supercharging. Early on, just directed T's. Lots of directed T's. Ravenous, they don't sell them, though. You say they'd make good money from, but they only ever sold one, and that was the Erois core, and nobody wants it. Except for people who want to play with the Heroes of Erois. And it's not even a good core for them. So... I mean, I thought they actually hit a good stride with them. When they hit the Dex core and the unaffiliated core, those were fantastic. They were they finally found a good way to scale, focused on like insert focus here. So dexterity based, like dexterity scores, unaffiliated champions. I feel like now they did, if anything, I think it would be good to go back and rework the strong core so it's like them, and rework the magic core so it's like them, and maybe even rework the Erois core so it's like them. But one of the best things about it is both the Dex and the unaffiliated cores can be fully supercharged. And so that actually takes some, I don't know that that's, you're saying like it's a low dev cost investment, but I think making sure that the core doesn't suck isn't, it does take some time. And I think they hit that with the dev and with the Dex and the unaffiliated core, and they just need to kind of, like, that should be the target for how cores should work. I mean, the only one they've talked about, well, I'm going to pull my nose again. The only one they've talked about is like a challenge core where they like you basically connect to certain challenge nodes that would give you bonuses as long as you meet the challenge requirement. And then they can do interesting stuff around like gold find or gem farming or whatever, or patron challenge progress or whatever, like with a challenge node. But I don't think they've ever really explored that fully. All right. Is the pipe dream achievement doable? Yes, but only with the Dex or unaffiliated core. Only with those two cores, not with any others that I'm aware of. I know it's doable with those two. Oh, it's dinner time. Oh. All right, this is going to finish just fine. Wow, I didn't even notice that it's dinner time. Wow, I didn't even notice. Time flies when you're getting stuff done. All right, so tomorrow we will come back. We will have unlocked. We'll finish the qualifications for Vajra. We'll do some patron stuff, and take it from there. I don't know. We're gonna do patron Vajra. Try to chase her. I think we're gonna chase Mert and Vajra's Modron component chest. So getting some influence for them, and obviously the time gate piece, and that's it. How dare you? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Let's just go ahead and finish this. We'll wait for the ad break to come back and finish this run. That should qualify us for Vajra. Yes, we're on 14. Perfect. Perfecto. And we have all the things. Awesome. We ran out of speed. That's the problem. Well, sort of. I ran out of these. I have no idea what's for dinner tonight. Figure that out in a minute. 15 seconds left. And we got like 3 more areas for this. Okay, I think we're coming back from the ad break. So we're gonna I'm gonna finish this. We're gonna unlock Vajra. I'm gonna set up my my Ishi overnight in Vajra, and then tomorrow we will do patron stuff on this account, as little patron stuff as possible to reach our goals. Friday, yes, more South of Midnight. We're returning to chapter 6 of South of Midnight on Friday. Saturdays, the tutorial show is going to be on Starian's Champions Renown Pack, which is the giveaway from Epic. We'll also have that giveaway from Epic tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get to compare the damages then, because we'll be doing patron stuff. But okay, so I can just come over here and I can go unlock Vajra. Boom. And so she wants 4 EO4 influence. Good lord, for her time gate piece. And 1 EO6 for her Modron component chest. So we know we would want to do that over. Why is this not? There should be plenty of. Yeah. I don't know. There's something. I'm going to have to refresh because we just unlocked her. Hold on. It was South of Midnight? You were playing. South of Midnight is a video game. It's a video game. Yesterday it launched, so we're playing. We played through chapter 5 of the game yesterday. Started, got into the beginning of chapter 6, and then we ended the stream. So, yeah, it's set in the deep south. It's like a gothic, southern gothic, kind of foundational story. It's pretty great. It's done with like stop motion animation. Yeah, there we go. Now they're turning. Cool. The music's great. Overwhelming force 6 EO5. So we'll have to get, this is the one we kind of want to start with for her. And then we got to find another 4 EO5 somewhere to get to that 1 EO6. All right, but for now, we're going to go Sword Coast. We'll go Mad Wizard. Mad Wizard. We put a familiar on Ishi, we put a familiar on the field. Yeah, you know what? I'll put it like this. Put it like this. We don't worry about Bruner. That's not. I'm going to put a familiar here. And I'm going to save Ishi farm. And I'm going to load that into my Modron core. Set it at 50 and forget it. And she's going to farm her stacks overnight. Not showing up yet. We're not there yet. But that'll be it. All right, folks. I'm out of here. Did I post it? YouTuber? It's still a VOD on this channel. So after I'm going to end this stream, you can go to like yesterday's VODs, like to videos, and it's yesterday's VOD. Yesterday's VOD. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.